Hello everybody and welcome to the Clash of Champions here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. Well, at Hoosier RC, the JConcepts Clash of Champions. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is practice day. We got Shane Mouton from A-Main Hobbies going to be helping us out this weekend as I deal a lot with a lot of the other goodies going on. Thank you for coming out, Shane.
Absolutely, lovely to be here.
Right on, man. So pretty cool. The track looks awesome. A lot of guys were like, hey, when are you guys going to go live? And you know what? We have to get everything kind of looking that much better.
Yep. We didn't want to be fiddling around on the screen and moving around overlays and everything. Want to make sure it looks really premium for you guys here with Mod Media.
Most definitely. Mod Live Media.
Mod Live Media.
Correct. So we have we got a couple people to thank right now. What are our sponsors for this weekend here?
So we're going to go ahead and thank our sponsors: ProTech, SXT, Team Associated, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Racing Team, and excuse me, I must have mispronounced that one. Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline.
Yes, and Mod. We need. I need to flip the Mod Live Media one on there, but you guys can see all those sponsors down below on the live feed. And yeah, so checking this out, we had the Slash Enduro yesterday. I don't know, you didn't get I don't know if you checked out a lot of that, Shane, but it was pretty cool. Like, they had 2 hours worth of runtime to get this track coming in. I haven't been around the pits too much, but doesn't seem like anybody's hurting for traction. I can see that black groove going around the track already.
Yeah, I found it pretty interesting watching that Slash event. That was a 2-hour event with 16 brand new Slashes, brand new going around the track yesterday. With a lot of the rubber going down from the Traxxas vehicles today, we can see a little bit of the Proline and JConcepts rubber. There's a lot of the drivers are running those here today as their chosen spec tire or sponsored tire, and we can see a little bit of the pitting coming from the Traxxas tire. The rubber being picked up shows that rubber's a little bit different to the other rubber that we see from these race tires.
Most definitely. Let me see. Some people are saying audio is kind of weird. Let me see if I switch headsets with you real quick. This one's more dialed into you.
How's the audio now? Audio check, guys.
Might be a little bit better. Does it sound weird to you, or sounds okay?
Sounds okay on this side. I guess one of the things we're getting is there's quite a lot of background noise here. We're trying to use some microphone deadeners essentially to take out that background noise, but I think maybe when we talk it might be the sound of the electric engines you may be hearing.
Yeah, so we'll see. Let's do a sound check for me, Shane, real quick. I'll look at the audio.
Check, 1 2 1 2, level check.
He said he's better. Matt is now low. So let me go and check that out here, guys, and we'll change that up. So we kind of want to figure this out right now during practice. So I'll turn it over to Shane. I'll try and figure that out.
All right, so day number 1. We are out here with many of the pros as well joining us at the race. This is going to be the Clash of Champions here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in Indiana and New Albany. If you're just joining us, thank you very much. We are live on practice day. Today will be practice only. Friday will be seeding, and then we will go into some of the heats. And Saturday we go into heats, mains, and Sunday some more mains. So really looking forward to a very good event coming up here. Another premier event. We have seen many here at the RC HobbyPlex here in Hoosier RC HobbyPlex, and very excited to be part of another one. Let's have a look at the chat over here. Yes, I see there, Larry King. Yeah, it's some background noise. We're trying to use some, essentially, how can I say, mic gates in order to capture when I'm only speaking, but there's, of course, quite a lot of background. Thank you very much, Mr. Wesley. Nice to see you guys there. Yes, very happy to be here. So, looking out at the track, let me give you guys a little bit of an update. You may be able to see from the feed, and as we go over to the track feed in just a minute, but there's quite a lot of elevation change. I'm going to follow through with one of the cars here as we go through the tight hairpin and over quite a big kicker. There's a big elevation change as we go over the jump in the back. You'll see that in just a minute. We go into a little bit of a loop, and then over the back there is quite a lot of elevation change as well. We go a little bit of flat over the right-hand side of the track and a massive jump down. As we go towards the triples, there's 2 very big triples with a big S-bend, and as we come onto the straightaway, it is quite straight ahead. The track today is looking extremely grippy. I had a walk around on it today. It's very much like being on a drag race strip. My shoes, obviously not very, sticky rubber themselves, but sticking to the track extremely hard. This kind of clay that Eddie is working with here really has built a masterpiece, and surprised to see that he would run a 2-hour /enduro event before he would run his big event in order to actually bed in the track. So this being beneficial to this particular track, on some surfaces may not be so. In fact, I've seen in some of the other big races where we have security out, not even allowing anyone to walk on or even look at the track, let alone be on the track and run it for 2 hours. Yesterday, 16 brand new slashers came out to run with us with 16 brand new batteries, and they ran a enduro of 2 hours with 3 drivers on a team, and there were 16 teams. So quite a lot of drivers. You can do the math there, 3 times 16. So a substantial amount of Traxxas rubber, as well as a substantial amount of run time and track time bedding in the actual clay here for this particular event. The camera view, Mr. Rory, we are going to be moving that around, as today really we are filling in here for practice. So with that being said, it is a static camera view. We can move it around. We will be having our Mod Live media, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be helping us with the camera and actually moving around to give it a more premium feel, as well as get better coverage. But right now, we do apologize. It is just a static camera, nothing like a GoPro where we can see everything. They have lovely cameras here, but of course, that's a little bit more zoomed in than what some of us would like to see. With that being said, we will certainly be having a lot better coverage tomorrow. Today is just a little bit of a tidbit, a little bit of extra. We had the chat up earlier where people were asking, when do we go live? When do we go live? So we wanted to give you a little bit of extra coverage. Here we are. Someone says, Trevor Noah is commenting on, yeah, I guess we sort of sound the same. I think he might be from Cape Town. I'm not 100% sure, but yes, I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you for getting that correct as a reference to one of my countrymen there. My camera seems frozen. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing, but let's have a look over here. Yes, Marcus, I have in fact seen in person several of the drivers that have their B7 cars here. So that certainly is a car that is premiering here as a big race. I believe it's been run on some other tracks. Some of the team drivers have had their car for some time, not too long, and those will be going up onto the local hobby shops. So you'll be able to get those from your local hobby shops pretty soon. Good morning from Australia to Mr. Steven. Looking forward to know about the page. Help others with pro driving tips. Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of information that we can share here. There we go. That camera view may be a little bit better. So I think as you guys are viewing live now, let's go ahead and follow this car that's coming over right now as we go through corner number 1 over that little kicker. That little kicker there looks tiny in the camera feed, but I can tell you it's about 2 or 3 feet high, and it is quite a kicker.
So Shane, you have to also remember they are about a couple seconds back for what you would view on that screen versus what it would be live here to talking with them. Let us know, guys, is this audio any better? Do you hear me a little bit better there, Shane?
Yes, I can hear you much better.
All right, cool. So let us know, guys, in the chat if that's any better for sound. I copied the settings from our other microphone. So it sounds much better here from Tom. Sean O'Hare saying yes. Okay, so what's going on, Scott? Sounds great now. Sounds good. Okay, so it looks like we're good to go here, Shane. So yeah, guys, I'll click it. Let me join Shane real quick in here.
Copy that. 1 of 44. Hello from South Africa. I hope load shedding doesn't get you, brother.
I'll string it in here. I don't have as much length on my cords as Shane does over here. So yeah, hopefully you guys will enjoy the coverage this weekend. This is because of your Wi-Fi that you have. I need to get you a hardline connection. Do you have on this computer? Do you have a hardline or no?
I actually didn't bring the USB adapter, so I don't have
that. I think Megan might have mine that she uses for her laptop. So we'll have to do that. But that's no big deal. I'll probably get you a live feed up here. But anyways, so the main thing is the chat. That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
that's what
I
we
can
want
see that over there, and I can see the chat. Yeah, the
that's
chat's
what
coming in good.
we want to see what's up here. So the chat should be good. Yes, there will be a waffle this weekend. We'll have one going on. Should have some car kits in there. We'll probably have some A-Main goodies in there, some mod goodies. We're going to talk to a couple of our sponsors. I know DR's. What is it right there?
DRC.
Yeah, DRC. Where's he at? There he is.
Zach Donathan, he's around.
So we'll have some DRC goodies in there. So we're going to be setting that up tonight going into tomorrow so you guys know what's up. I'm going to see if I can speak to Team Associated, maybe get my hands on a B7. That would be when they first release. I don't think I'm going to get anything this weekend, but we might be able to. I want to try and finagle that. So
I checked the updates. Of course, as many of you know that may be watching, I help with A-Main Distributing. I'm one of the account managers, and I help to supply the hobby shops. So I wanted to know, when are they getting these? Because I get a question almost, every minute now.
Exactly.
Like, when are these coming in? And the ETAs are showing that we should have already received them. So they should be on the way pretty soon and in your local hobby shop. So check with your local hobby shop.
We might be working with A-Main Hobbies to make sure that we snag one, to set it aside. We'll purchase it, but we'll set it aside and
we can do that
and make that happen. Let's talk about that. Okay, so we'll probably get a B7 on the waffle here, guys, for you. I think that would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think that will actually be one of the prime prizes. Everybody's looking at that. And we had a look at the car yesterday and today as well. I managed to pick up one of the cars. One of the drivers here has a Davey Bada. I was having a look at his car, and the car is almost entirely redesigned, from the chassis thickness to the front of the car to the rear of the car, the hubs. I think maybe there are some shared components. Obviously, the shocks carry over, but there's quite a lot of changes on the cars, guys. They've redesigned the car for high traction, and from what I've seen running the car, there's Davey out on the track right now. He's been doing very well with it. The car looking extremely tight, compliant on the front end, and that has been one of the big complaints that people have had, not about the Team Associated, but about the feeling of their vehicles as they race. They really want that sharpness in the front end in order to be able to really compete and take any line that they want through the racetrack. So that's what this car's going to give you.
Davey's actually staying with us. He's part of we sponsored him for a long time through mods. We help him get to a lot of these events, and he had that awesome four-wheel drive race. I don't know if you saw it at INS at the finals. And ended up with just above, like, into the echelon of, the Dakotas and the Mayfields and the Cavaliers and, Brock and Spencer, and ended up having a very good showing there. So, it's kind of his breakout year, I think, coming into this one. So a lot of maybe some weight on those shoulders of Bada. So looking forward to seeing if he can carry that weight. And he's got that B7 out there. I was talking to him last night about it. He says one of the best cars that he's ever driven. Ton of corner speed. So you look at that car, and all the pivots are really narrow now. The arms are really long, and they're getting the links way out on the car. So it's looking pretty interesting. So I think we'll definitely lock in with A-Main Hobbies that we're going to have a B7 on there. We'll purchase it, Mod Live Media, and we'll make sure that we can get one and send one along. So we're going to have a bunch of stuff going on. And thank you to A-Main Hobbies. You guys have been a huge supporter just of racing in general. Troy, one of our good friends and co-worker to yourself, and he sponsored the mod series. I think he wrote something ridiculous, like 439 events or 63 events that you guys have sponsored, and you guys have a couple tracks coming out in the NorCal area. Yes,
we're working on that new facility, so we were tied up with a little bit of red tape, and of course building always takes a lot of permits and a lot of time. A lot of approvals need to come from the community and so on before you can do anything, and then you need to get the architect's approval and so on all in there. But that track looking really nice now. We just got the dirt in for the oval. Mr. Sean Clovis has taken over our track director position over there, and Troy Hansen doing a great job. Shout out to Troy. He's out there, and he's been helping with loads of racetracks, events, and also functions and benefits all around the USA.
I'm sure he is watching right now. So
I hope so.
Yeah, most definitely. So thanks to Troy out there and all of the A-Main Hobbies crew and facility. And you guys have like hobby towns now. You guys took those over, and so you got 100+ stores. It's ridiculous. I know I order a bunch of stuff from you guys. So definitely thank you to amainhobbies.com. So we're looking forward to it. I think last time I saw we're over 400 entries, like 430 or something like that. I don't know if it's going to change. Nearly 200 drivers, 200+ drivers. So it's going to be a pretty cool cool event.
I'm interested to know, and also very excited to see if they can exceed the numbers from what I believe last year was the largest 10-scale race in the world for number of entries.
Ooh,
I think it was over 500 though. I think it was 515, I believe was the number last year.
Something like that. I would have to check those analytics. I was here for it. We were here for it, but yeah, it's crazy. And looking at this track, I'm excited about running it, and I've been running Stadium Truck lately, kind of Sammy Moran's truck, and it was a lot of fun. But focusing more on the media this weekend for myself, and I know that they were trying to charge you an arm and a leg to get your stuff here.
Yeah, I tried to bring some of my stuff in my bags, and the first check bag was like $55, and the other one was another $45 plus some overweight fees. So obviously RC stuff is not light.
No.
You got to check it because it's got all the lithium in it, right? So you got to check it. Actually, I had to take the lithium out, and I was going to check all my cars or all of the transmitters, chargers, all the stuff that you like to bring, power supplies, all that kind of stuff. But in the end, ended up just bringing my carry-on and clothes. So
crazy.
Just media this weekend.
So also beyond that, what's kind of cool, and we haven't released this yet or anything, and we don't even know if it's going to happen, but Mod Light Media, we purchased a photo printer.
Oh.
So you'll be able to get your photos, like our pro photographers here, Jason Bollinger from J. Bollinger Photography, and a lot of these photos, like everything's a digital age now.
Yeah.
And I don't think we get enough physical photos, especially at events. You just don't. So people are going to be able to. We're going to see how it goes. We've purchased a lot of stuff. I'm probably $3,000 into this just to try it, and I want to see if guys will kind of like this, where they see their photo online and they're able to purchase that photo for not much actually, and they're able to get that thing and has all the logos on there, looks legit, comes in a little frame, so they're able to go event to event and kind of have a little memento.
I think that's really cool, take your own mementos, and also we have quite a number of the pros here. Spencer Rivkin's here, Cole Tollard's here, we've got Dakota Fend here defending his title, Doug LaRiviere, also one of the defenders. Wouldn't that be great if we could get those printed out, maybe hand signed? That would be great for a waffle, wouldn't it?
Something like that. It would be pretty cool. I think we'll do something like that. But first we have to see if it works, guys.
Yeah. Let's see what
we
the
got it
quality's
here.
like.
It came in the plane. The machine's pretty heavy. It's about 30 pounds, and but we got another one coming in, so we can do like 5x7s and 4x6s. We'll have another one 8x10s eventually here in the future. So we're gonna see. I want to try and just get that next level for you guys. So, but
what about a shout out in the chat to who anyone wants a signed Shane from A Main photograph?
There we go. We're gonna do a glamour shot of this guy. We'll put
Yeah, I'm probably pushing my luck there. I'm not that famous, not like these other guys.
It's the voice, man. You definitely have the voice over me, and right now this guy's like national ping pong champion. By the way, we went up against each other last night. I'm usually ping pong champion of the household, but I think he's got my number. We had a couple matches last night. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, shaking off the rust, man. Got to get some skill back.
Yeah, most definitely. So he's got me in arm wrestling. Right now I have him in ping pong. But I give him about another 2-3 games, and he's got those swipers that I don't know if I'm going to be able to return.
Yeah, we'll see.
It'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, we have a lot of people chiming in. But
what's up, Frank?
What's going on, guys? Dakota McCullough, one of my Fiskell buddies. Good stuff up in Canada. From South Africa there. Signed Shane photo crickets.
Yeah,
man.
I thought so.
Matthew Barge, what's a waffle? A waffle is with just put an R in front of it. But we call it waffle.
But we can't say that because the Fed.
They come after us for RC Card Live.
That's all I can say.
That's all that we'll say.
We're silenced.
Exactly, silenced. So yeah, a lot of manufacturers out here as well. Shane, what would be some of the ones that are being represented?
I see a lot of the drivers from Team Associated. They have a very good representation. This particular track always has a lot of the X-Ray drivers come out also. A lot of the TLR guys. Dakota Fender's here with his team as well. I do see Brock Champlin, so Schumacher's in the pits as well. Brian Dunbar for Yokomo. So pretty well represented. I think all round in terms of the independent drivers, we see a very good spread, but Team Associated being a very, very, very well represented chassis here at this particular race.
And I'm sure with them, they're going to want the Clash of Champion. They brought their guns out, for this weekend. I think there's, there's Rivkin here that can contend. Obviously, they have Davey and who else is here from them? Dustin Evans.
Yeah, Dustin Evans is here too. I've seen him. Yeah.
Yep.
Good representation in terms of
Horn as well.
Oh yes,
so they got
Horn,
they got the guns out here. So there's going to be a couple good guys kind of battling out for this one, but you have to go up against Dakota, man. He is lethal.
He is
with those TLR rigs.
He's been looking very good, and I think for the INS race that we called out here, he was in a different league, and in the end, in the very final race, had a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of run for his money, but he did end up, of course, coming away with the Clash of Champions title last year, so he's defending here. So yeah, he certainly is the one to look to beat. But I think with that new B7 and with some of those new parts, I think some of the boys may have the ticket punched. We'll see.
Sure they're taking today very seriously to get those cars on point, as there has been practice on them, but not in a real race setting yet. So we're going to see how this goes for that new B7 from Team Associated. Special thanks to them. I think they're one of our gold level sponsors. And once again, thank you to JConcepts, our platinum level sponsor for this weekend.
Yeah, let's take a minute to thank our sponsors again: Associated, Protec, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline.
As well as Mod.
There we go, as well as Mod.
So it's going to be a good time out here, guys. Like I said, I've got two cameras up right now. We got this one, and we got the fisheye that's up there right now that's actually doubles as the main cam that moves around. There won't be any moving cam today. We have a lot of back-end stuff that we have to get done, from profile pictures to getting the PTZ set up and the cable cam set up and the interview cam set up.
Wiring to do
just
all of
a little
that.
bit of everything. So guys were asking, hey, when are we going live? Hey, when are we going live? The truth is, I don't know until we're live, pretty much, for at least this initial day, because of the fact that there are so many different components. Like, sure, Shane comes here and he goes, you got a lot of stuff. It's a different word, but you got a lot of stuff here, Matt. So it's definitely a, you break it out and you kind of figure it out, and it's like a puzzle.
Yeah, really nice setup, and then, all of those things that you think that you packed, that you think that you had, and then you pull out, hey, where's the cable for this? You have the lens for that. Man, I admire you for bringing all the stuff out here and getting it all done.
No, most definitely. Well, thank you, Shane. So, all right, guys. Well, I'll pretty much pop out of here. I'll leave it to Shane for the next couple minutes, and then let him have a break, and kind of he'll lead you through the track and maybe some of these guys that are out there. And special thanks for tuning in, and hopefully you guys enjoy the coverage this weekend on Mod Live Media. Special thanks to Hoosier RC HobbyPlex for bringing us out once again for at their awesome facility for the Clash of Champions.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I think we're going to change the camera over to the fisheye so they can see a little bit of
the
track, and then what we'll do is we'll follow them around, and we'll just give you guys a little bit of a rundown of the track yourselves, just so you can sort of see what's happening and get a feeling for the track, and you can see how the conditions are changing as we get on with the weekend. Right now, as we said, we had that particular Slash Enduro race yesterday, and a lot of the Slash rubber being a little bit different from the race rubber going down from JConcepts. That is going to be changing the track substantially. So far, we don't have any areas breaking out in terms of pitting or anything breaking in terms of chassis slapping on the big jumps, but we're starting to see a little bit of wear. Eddie Henley, though, the owner of Hoosier RC HobbyPlex, is a master at track design as well as track repair and track manufacture. So he is absolutely qualified and definitely the man for the job here in order to keep this track running 100% as we go through the weekend. I think the biggest thing right now that you're not going to notice today as we change over to the fisheye lens there is it's very difficult to see the elevation. You guys, where the camera is positioned from is up on the driver's stand, probably maybe about 15 feet, 16 feet up into the air. So as you look down, it's really flattening it out. Let me have a look over here as we follow one of the cars coming across the line. I have some lights on me right now, a little bit difficult to see. I'm going to reposition here so that I can actually see what you guys are seeing. Give me just 1 second. All right, just coming around the back of all of these wires and cameras over here so that I can get to see what you guys are seeing. Alrighty. So that little kicker over there that says JConcepts on it after the stripe, if you see the stripe going into corner one, that little kicker is about 2.5 feet high from the ground up. There's actually a little bit of a dip as you come through into corner number one. As you fall down from that dip, you're going to be going up onto an elevation which jumps up about 1 or 2 feet into the back corner where the gentleman is standing there with his feet crossed and white shoes on, where the cars are coming around right now. And then it goes back and around up onto the back section. Now that section is a little bit flatter, a tiny little bit of elevation up into the right-hand corner, but that drop is quite a steep one. It's about a 3-foot drop down onto the onto that little triple section there. The triple section then being a little bit flat, there is an off-camber corner as you go into those S's there, and then you pop up onto that little double as you come back onto the straightaway. The straightaway also, it's a little bit cambered on the inside, so it's going to assist with the corner, and some of the track is on camber and some of the track is off camber. That has been built like that purposefully, of course, because the track designer and director here, Eddie Henley, is a racer himself, and he wants to challenge the racers and see good fun racing. So some of it's on camber, some of it's off camber. You'll see also that in the camera itself, it is looking like the triple section as you come around the back of the track on the right-hand side, that triple that you see there, that looks like it is left to right, but it's actually at a slight angle. It's about a 15-degree angle away from the drivers, and then that double that they're coming up is about a 15-degree angle towards the drivers. So right there is increasing the level of difficulty, being that, like the straightaway and the back of the track, it is not just straight left to right. It is very, very, very difficult to gauge where you are on the track. Excuse me. As we change now with heats, everyone gets a chance to blow the track off, keeping the track very well maintained. Every single heat is getting blown off, and every single heat is getting, I believe, 12 drivers to the driving stand. It is not controlled practice, and what that means is every driver is able to stand in a line, which is probably about 3 to 4 rounds long at the moment. So if you want to get a run in, there are people queuing around the back of the track towards where the oval is, and it takes you about, I think each one of these runs is 6 minutes, so it takes you about 24 minutes to get a run before you can actually go and make some changes to your car and come back out again, and another 24 minutes before you will get that run. Let's have a looky over here. Absolutely agree with you, Larry. It's one of the best tracks he's put together. You know, Eddie always has a lot of elevation, always looking for a nice big open lane, always looking for an exceptional track surface. I believe there's quite a lot of sealant that's gone into and around the track, but very different to the previous layouts that I've seen here, where the track was really glued up. Like I said, I was on it earlier and it felt very sticky, but there is less of a sheen this time, less product that has actually physically been added to it, and I think it's actually been mixed into the clay through all of the times that the track has been prepared. All right, fisheye camera is shaking a little bit. Yes, the fisheye camera is shaking a little bit. The reason why it's shaking is because there are drivers on that driver stand right next to it, and the tripod is standing alone. So unfortunately, it's shaking because people are walking up and down the driver stand. And that should stop now as the drivers are on the driver stand and settled for their particular race or their heat of practice here. But we will see some shaking again in just a second as soon as this heat is done. As they go down those stairs like a gentleman is doing right now, yes, there is some shaking there. So I guess it's right as they're going down those stairs behind the driver stand. Let's see who's up on the driver stand right now. I believe you can see the transponders in the name, so let's have a look over here. Dunbar is up there, Brian Dunbar. He's racing for Yokomo. Who else do we have that is recognizable? There are, of course, quite a number of names here from independent drivers as well as other supporting drivers. But with that being said, a lot of pros here as well, very well represented, and looking forward to that. I believe Joe Bornhorst is here, Cole Tollard is here, Aidan Horn is here. We have Dakota Fend. I have seen Spencer Rivkin. Ryan Cavallari is here. So quite a lot of big names. Very exciting to be here. Brian Dunbar, of course, as well. Still very well involved in RC and was much more so in the years gone by. We have Brock Champlin. We have Paul Ciccarello. So yeah, very, very, very well represented. Lots of chassis and manufacturers too. Right now it's looking like the guys in the stock buggies are doing around about a 20 to 22 second lap time, and the mod guys just a little bit quicker than that. I can tell you the traction is so high that many of the mod guys are actually popping wheelies on the front straightaway. I've seen that a couple of times, and the stock guys can too if they really get on that throttle with their slipper lockouts. The new B7 is looking great, Bakarama. So we've seen a couple of the guys come out, and the B7, they've mentioned it has a 1mm thicker chassis. The front and rear of the car has been entirely redesigned. The shock tower in the rear is completely different. The wing stays different. The new adjustable rear hubs are different. The front has been changed as well substantially. I wasn't able to make a comparison to the 6.4 in comparison to the B7 just yet directly, but I'm sure we will get some photographs as well. They're starting to be shared all over the internet as well. We will start to see a lot more, and those will be available from your local hobby shop as well as through your local online distributors, www.amainhobbies.com, for all your RC needs. Local announcement as well, different to ours. So just letting that come through, so it doesn't, so we're not speaking over one another. But there's also some local track direction, of course, in terms of I believe it is Mr. Lance McDonald that is running that live mic. Excuse me. A little bit chilly over here in New Albany in Indiana. We got down to about 30 degrees last night, but inside the facility is rather warm. I'm in just a t-shirt, as you saw just a couple of minutes ago. Outside wearing a couple of jackets. It is rather cold and the wind cutting through. Not affecting our race here today or inside at all. They do have heat as well as air conditioning inside here. There's some humidity control, of course, quite a lot of humidity in the building just due to the nature of the clay, and of course the ventilation that we keep closed due to it being as cold as what it is outside in comparison to inside. Yes, the front end pivot pillow balls are adjustable. The KPI is going to be really interesting. Yes, I think there's a lot of development potential and option potential in the front of the car. As I said, I noticed it was substantially different, but I wasn't able to compare the parts directly just yet. So I had a very close look at the rear. I had a very close look at the chassis. The chassis itself also seems to have a bend in the chassis near the rear. And the angles at which the chassis, I do speak under correction on this particular part, the angles at which the chassis are cut in the rear, although the chassis is thicker, thus providing a more stable platform for you to corner on, does allow a little bit of sway. It looks a little bit thinner than the previous version, which I believe is going to give you some ability to give some sway in the rear of the car, thus gaining traction. Of course, the stiffer the car, the less traction you're able to put down as you go through those corners, but the front of the car needing to be stiff. So trying to find that compromise has always been difficult. It looks like they've hit the nail on the head. We will have to see. Sitting in a short fans. Oh yes, yes, of course, yes. The gentleman in the chat there commenting from South Africa. He's on the other side of the world, so he's cooking right now. 1 of 44. Where in South Africa are you? So not much to commentate on right now as we go around with practice. I can tell you, of course, we have our photographers out here and we have the fisheye lens camera up. So, so with that being said, I'm going to let you guys watch and enjoy, but I'm going to comment as we go along. I've given you as much information as what I can here right off the bat in terms of the track conditions, what it looks like and what we're experiencing and hope to see. What I do see quite a lot of, and you'll be seeing it on camera as well, a lot of these cars are traction rolling, lots of them. So the grip is high, extremely high. These are not errors being made by the drivers, or maybe so in terms of setup and aggressive driving in terms of maybe a little bit too much corner speed, but seeing a lot of traction rolls. That speaks to the high bite nature of this track. It is extremely, extremely grippy, I'd say maybe even more so than carpet. Yes, Mr. Bevins Racing right now. Oh, you're down in Cape Town. Cool. Mr. Bevins Racing, we are not really live today. We've gone live due to many requests through the chat. So we actually have everybody scheduled through Mod Live Media for camera operation, as well as several other cameras and views that we will be using tomorrow. And we have been set up for that. We had some coverage yesterday, which, because we had the coverage yesterday of the Slash Enduro race, which took some of our setup time, we're a little bit behind the 8-ball today. And what that means is that we have the fisheye lens set up today and all of our media as well as the broadcast equipment. But we do not have camera operators here today yet. We will have tomorrow. I do apologize for the camera being what it is. But right now, I do believe that that is a slightly better view than my face, which I would rather like to see racing over my own face personally, as I'm looking out here myself at the track, watching the cars go around. Good afternoon from Las Vegas, Mr. Sick Lids Mango, and 1 of 44 down in Cape Town. I'm from Cape Town myself. I grew up and live in Tableview in Bloberg. Alrighty, let's have a look over here. Yes, Chris is here. Chris is actually busy setting up his cars down below, as well as a lot of the wiring for the facility. Of course, the facility has all the plugins and cables and rungs to run the cables, but we do not leave them here permanently. So Mod's team right now is busy running those and putting those all together, making sure that everything works and putting everything in place. As we finish another heat. All right, gentlemen, there is going to be, gentlemen and ladies, so there's going to be a short little intermission here in terms of commentary. I will be right back. I am back and just in time, and as we see right now, we've got some of the big names out there. We have Cole Tollard, we have Tater Sonntag, the two-wheel drive world champion. We have up there as well, I just saw Joe Bornhorst on the stand as I walked past. Yes, there is his name. So yeah, this will be a heat to watch. Some more of the team associated drivers coming up from behind also, so quite a good representation from the team associated team behind in the next heat. We would love to mount the cameras from one of those pipes or beams, but if we did, you wouldn't be able to see very much. That would just be too close. I wish I could pan the camera for you to see what we were looking at over here. It's a beautifully built driver stand. It is built essentially on like scaffolding. So as these drivers go down, right now we have Tater Sonntag leaving the stand. So you're going to see a little bit of a shake on the camera. It is what it is right now, and tomorrow we will have somebody operating that particular camera. So we will have somebody holding the camera, and that will be a lot more stable. But as of today, we're not going to go live just yet. Today on practice, so more coverage than what we would normally have. So let's enjoy what we have. Apologies for shaking. For now, yes, it is good enough for practice, but tomorrow will be better as we go into seeding, which will be also practice, open practice and seeding, as well as the first heats. We will have not only the cameras moving, but also zoomed, and we will also have several different cameras, pan tilt zoom cameras, etc. I see Dustin Evans coming down, I see Spencer Rivkin coming down, I see Cole Tollard coming down, there is Brock Champlin. I see, who else do I see? Tater Sonntag just left the stand a minute ago. Alrighty. So now we see many of the drivers up on the stand. I wish we had a driver stand cam also that we could see, but I see at least 3 of the blue hoodies from the team associated team when they cross the line. See their names come up on the screen. Here we're going live, so let's see those names refresh. As you can see there, the time's running there about 21 seconds for the pros, so let's see what the next heat can do. That is correct. Tater Sonntag, two-wheel drive world champion, making his first start for Trinity Power. Yes, he did run last year in the World Championships. He was powered by Protec batteries, That is indeed a astute observation there from BJ Williams. Thank you. Mr. Anthony, right now, this I can tell you is the best camera position that we have, and if we had a better one, we would love to put it there, but we don't have the other options right now. We will have tomorrow, but not of today. Apologies. Thank you very much, Mr. Francesco. Appreciate that. Let's see who's on track right now. My screen over here is not refreshing. I don't have the best connection. My chat is refreshing pretty well, but my camera feed is not. So you'll be able to see some of the names that are coming around the track right now. Many of the pros represented here at this particular event will be in this particular heat and the next. They seem to like to bunch together as well as work and wrench together and share some of those setup secrets with one another as they work in a team. Again, as I said, very good representation here from Team Associated, X-Ray, as well as TLR. So those three manufacturers are going to be fighting it out tooth and nail, I'm sure, as we go into these pro races. We should see a good race in two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, and I believe in stadium truck. And that is quite exciting to see that particular discipline come back and start to see more and more popular attendance in that particular class. straight away is clear. So 1 of 44, to answer your question, I used to live and work on cruise ships, and I was a international art auctioneer on board the cruise ships, working for a company called Park West Galleries. And I met somebody quite a while ago, and I moved to Paradise of California, which was where there was a massive fire, burnt our entire town down, and have subsequently moved over to North Carolina. But in the meantime, whilst I lived in Paradise, half an hour away from me was A-Main Hobbies, and being an RC enthusiast that I am, I was very excited at the opportunity to try to work for them, and I managed to get a job for them. Started off in customer service, and within a year and a half I moved over to the distribution side of things. So I now work for A-Main Distributing for A-Main Hobbies, which does all of the supply for your local hobby shops here in the USA and all over the world. There are actually some places in Cape Town in South Africa that I have supplied in the past, shipping being an issue. But yes, that is one of the, that is how I got here. And now I happen to be associated with a track and have worked with Mod Media in the past. So they asked me to come out for this event, having been very well received at one of the previous events we had here. And I hope you guys enjoy the broadcast. I believe that's correct, Mr. BJ. Yes, Ty Testman. A little bit of, excuse me, a little bit of news for those of you that didn't catch it in social media over the last couple of weeks. Ty Testman has retired from international racing and professional racing, essentially. Not hanging up his RC boots entirely. I'm sure he is not out of RC, but taking a different approach, and will be no longer racing as a professional racing driver moving forward. I'm pretty sure he's going to do something interesting, maybe like we see right now with what Jared Tebow is doing. You know, he's doing his own line of products and moving on with the Hot Race team. Hot Race now available at A-Main Hobbies as well. So with that being said, also available in your local hobby shop soon. A lot of the brands, as well as the products that we're able to represent, we bring in through the retail, and we're able to bring into distribution as well to offer at your local hobby shop. Absolutely agree, 1 of 44. Yes, the exchange rate is something of an issue, although I must say now, as an American coming back home to visit in South Africa, it is always nice to come home. It does make things alternatively and upside down cheaper for me than what it does in terms of importing a product more expensive. For you guys on the other side, it's always sad to see. I'm sorry about that. As we move into the next heat now, I see quite a number of independent drivers up on the stand. We see some 2 wheels and some 4 wheels going out, a little bit less. Actually, there is one stadium truck out there, one stadium truck going out as well. Lots of traction rolls and a little bit of contact between some of the drivers, but that's okay. This is just practice. This doesn't really count for much. There is no seeding right now. Seeding, in fact, will be in practice tomorrow. Excuse me, getting over a little bit of a cough here the last couple of weeks, so I do apologize if you hear me cough every once in a while. Yes, Big Bucks Rama, I am now an American myself, so America. I love it here. I think one of the things that has surprised me the most here, as I'm enjoying seeing your chat come through, by the way, is the speed at which you're able to reply to me, which clearly tells me that the connection between South Africa and America, for you to be able to watch and hear me speak and then have your chat come through back on the other way, it's incredibly fast. It really just goes to show the technology we have today is amazing. Have a look at some of the names we see up. Humes, Henrik, Stanley, Smith, Hess. That's Mike Hess. Yes, all right. You have some of the local heroes up there right now. This track very well attended and has many of their own good local heroes, as we have a car on the straightaway in the beginning right there having a little flip over, and now it's clear. Let me give you guys a feeling for the facility that we're at. The facility that we're at is a massive one. The track that we're at is looking like it is about 80 by about 70 feet. So it's quite a substantial track, may even be larger than that, may even be 90 by about 80. Quite a lot of elevation, you know, from the back down to the front straightaway, which is ideal for RC viewing because it helps you to be able to see the car. If we had the elevation in the back, it would be very difficult, right? Very nice driver stand. The driver stand is about 12 feet up in the air. It is extremely long. It is about 25 to 30 feet long. The pit spaces, we have pit spaces which each have their own table as well as upper, as well as power sources. Each one has their own power plugins. We have TVs all around, which has the live timing and scoring. And that is just the main part of the building. As we go into the second part of the building is the hobby shop. The hobby shop is just as big as the racetrack, Stanshaw Hobby Shop. And then in the back, we have a second pits area, as well as you step through the second pits area into what will be a oval track. The oval track is a slightly smaller track. I believe you're going to be looking at about 40 by about 30 there. Also clay. And then behind that is actually another setup of a third set of pits. Now that back set of rooms, where I mentioned is the second pits, is enough to set up an entire additional pit area. And the third set of pits is about half the size of that. So an absolutely premier facility here, a beautiful, beautiful racetrack. Lovely, lovely clay. Eddie has done very well. He told me that initially this clay was swamp sludge, was not very good, to bring it up to the point where you're able to build and have a hard enough track that will stay built, not blow out during the race, as well as put enough traction compound in to allow grip for races. And this is much, much, much higher grip than asphalt, I can tell you right now. I wish there was a way that I could show you the adhesion that these tires will have. Each one of the racers taking time to sand down their tires as well as use source. SXT is one of the sponsors and also one of the chosen sources here on this particular track. A very, very, very well used and generously used traction compound. Hello, Mr. Danny Matthewson, all the way from Ecuador. Yes, 1 of 44. The track is quite a lot better than yesterday. So as I said, abnormal to many of the events that I've been to. Eddie elected to run a 2-hour slash enduro yesterday, which would allow them to bed the track in, essentially, you know, help to hammer the track, enamor the track, and make it harder for the surface that you're running now. I'm noticing a couple of things right in front of me right as I go around the first corner, and as we go onto that little kicker about 2 feet high. Like I said, it's quite a substantial kicker. See, as this gentleman walks by it right now, you'll see it comes well up to his knees. So that's just to give you an idea of how big that kicker is. Does not look very big as they go over the kicker right now. Does not look very big. So yes, many of the other tracks, especially at tracks that I have frequented in the past when I used to race a lot more often than what I do now over in California, those tracks are a lot less clay. Here on the East Coast, we have a ton of clay in the native soil. So very blessed actually with what we're able to build as outdoor tracks. Of course, the weather here in the East can wreak some havoc, especially the rain, which can come in literally 0 seconds from a sunny day to a torrential downpour where it feels like somebody's throwing buckets of water at you and can go away again in like 5 minutes time. So yeah, very, very, very inclement weather and very rapid weather cells here. A lot less mountains. It's a lot flatter in some areas, so those weather cells are able to freely and very quickly. Not so as we saw in the Californian areas that I used to stay. And like I said, we'd have security down at the racetracks. They wouldn't even allow anyone into the facility to be on the track just for fear of it blowing out, and even for fear of somebody actually seeing the track. We're extremely competitive everywhere in the USA for radio control, but yesterday they electing to run a 2-hour slash enduro to improve the track, which you would never see in somewhere like Arizona or Oregon or California. So of course very, very, very different out here on the East Coast, as well as very different here at an indoor track. Absolutely, California clay, which I would say we have to import the clay. I don't think there is much California clay. You have to import that if you want to mix it into a soil like we did at A-Main. For our tracks, we had imported quite a lot of the soil. We paid for that to be trucked in. You have the East Coast clay, which is just native. I mean, when it rains here, the rain puddles on your grass, like it doesn't soak in. And then there's Hobby Action. Yes, Hobby Action is another prime, awesome, world-class facility. So Mr. Larry out there doing a great job at Hobby Action, also hosting some of the large events, namely the Worlds last year, and has done very well for himself with that track, an exceptional racing facility. We've received 100 messages already today. That's good. Keep the chat going, guys. You guys are basically going to be driving what I'm talking about here today, as not much to commentate on. Of course, not racing pole position and not really certain, who's the fastest driver on track. My feed is not updating the way that yours is. I can only really see the chat update right now, so you guys can probably see better than I can. Apart from, of course, looking out live, I'm looking here with my own 2 eyes down at the track, which I can see very nicely. But to commentate on that would be to commentate on something 5 to 10 seconds ahead of what you're seeing due to the international broadcast media delay. Let's take a minute again to thank our sponsors, the Gold Label sponsors: ProTech, SXT, Associated, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DVR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. The race here at New Albany in Indiana at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. Here for the 2024 Clash of Champions as we bring to a close another heat. Absolutely, Bakarama. That certainly is what we see here. We see that quite a lot. It is a heavy tire game, I will tell you. You have to have the right tires. You have to run the right source. You have to bed your tires in. And yeah, there's quite a lot that can be said about the tires. So yeah, let's speak to that actually as we're looking at this track. If you're thinking about coming out to this particular track, you're looking at the JConcepts smoothies in silver, and you want to be running the gray Dirt Tech inserts. Those two things, along with the SXT Baja, which seems to be the go-to traction compound for most of the races, will not only mean that you'll get better grip on the rubber as it builds up because you're running the same rubber, but also those Dirt Tech inserts are going to break down to the softness, i.e. the PSI that you need in order to get the right grip. And with that being said, that is going to give you the best results on this particular track. Very, very, very different to California, where we run a lot of ghost pin tires. Even on clay tracks, even on indoor, we will run what we call ghost pin tires. Things like electrons, where there is a certain amount of tread across the tire. Also sourcing the tire, the insert mattering a little bit less. Often we will run even open cell inserts there in order to allow the tire to break down and feel a little bit more free. And the clay does not feel the same on the cars. You see that car coming down the straightaway right now, it was just about popping a wheelie as it was coming down the straightaway. They're really struggling to stay on the all fours rather than the two rear tires. So the clay here, built by the track master, Mr. Eddie Henley, really, I cannot describe the level of grip that this particular track has. It's more than carpet, it's more than asphalt, I can tell you that. The track is hard, it has a certain amount of give, so it's not quite as abusive or difficult on shock towers, as well as all of the other extremities of the car should you roll over and crash. But I will say that I have seen a number of broken shock towers already, so hard enough to do so, right? So it feels a lot like carpet when you roll over. In terms of the track surface itself, though, a lot more forgiving. It will not break like carpet does, but the grip probably higher than what you may feel with a carpet track and with thin tires. I agree with that, James. Yes, Davey Bar does bring out his B7. He's been practicing over at Coyote Hobbies, of course, his home, and he's brought his B7 out here. He has been looking absolutely exceptional. So he has been doing very well with his car and his setup. The B7 lending a very good sharp front end. I asked him what he felt about the car and what he felt the improvements were. Not in terms of engineering and design, but in terms of what he felt in the car. He said the car felt extremely sharp, very direct, and very confidence-inspiring on the rear in terms of traction. He said there is a lower center of gravity and that the car feels extremely stable even when pushing through corners. And that is very exciting to hear, especially for many of us novice, intermediate, and independent drivers. We are very aggressive. Every little bit of performance being squeezed out from that trigger finger, sometimes maybe a little bit too aggressively. But to have a car and a platform that will be able to support that, I think will lend itself to increased competition in club racing and excitement. Yes. I actually read that there just now. You had a grass, Mr. Bakarama. Yeah, so it does take some time, when you change coast to coast. Myself, I will admit I've not taken enough time due to the inclement weather and the nature of many tracks being outdoor here on the East Coast myself. Many of the hobbies that I engage in also being outdoor. I find a hard time just making time to do all of the things that I wish to get to these days. So still racing in terms of club or trying to get out in terms of practice. I have a couple of bash rigs now myself, but a lot less frequent in terms of what I used to do when I lived and worked 5 minutes away from the racetrack over at Silver Dollar. I would go down there almost every single day for at least 2 or 3 hours, run a couple of tanks of nitro, and really just have a good time, and then head home. My home was about half an hour up the hill. And I would go down to A-Main Hobbies work, and about 5 minutes from my work, which was the warehouse, was the racetrack. I'd spend a couple of hours there, and then I would head up and go do it all again the very next day, all to do it on the weekend for about 8 to 10 hours, Saturday and Sunday. So really got my fix of racing RC when I was in California. A little bit less so now, in North Carolina. I guess it's just a personal approach, having been through COVID where everything was closed, and getting used to doing all sorts of other things that I had access to, where racetracks and so on were not allowing us to frequent their facilities at the time. Well, Chase Rogers, if you're close enough, I do believe they still have space for entry, so you should come on down. There's a short course truck going backwards on the back section there. Oh man, the short course truck sure, yeah, they get all over the place. But a rubbing is racing. These two short course trucks getting together in the front right there now. Always fun to watch the short course. We're going to see short course, we're going to see two-wheel stadium truck, we're going to see four-wheel, we're going to see mod, we're going to see independent, we're going to see 17.5. We're going to see over 400 entries at this particular race here in Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. It is going to be an absolute spectacle. That is a good question, Mr. Rob, and I believe that they use some of glue adhesion, but I don't think that they actually sealed it for this particular event. I have the track manager, or should I say the track director, right in front of me here. I'm going to take a quick little break and have a chat with him, and I'll get right back to you on that. All right, we are back. So after a chat there with the track owner, he says he actually uses Elmer's glue. They put it into a mixture with a little bit of water, and they go around the track and they spray it down like you would a pesticide in order to kill germs. Excuse me, not germs. In order to kill insects, or like you would do with a weed killer, you know, as you put it down onto the surface. So this particular time, as I've seen the INS race before, I was here for INS 12 about 2 years ago, and the track was entirely black, and it had this like sheen on the top of it, as you could see the Elmer's glue. But right now, a little bit less sealant on the surface, but as he has used in the past and tilled the soil and mixed in that top that he had from all the other builds, the surface is still extremely sticky. And gives an extremely high level of traction. Extremely high level of traction. We have a lot of the racers out here. A couple of racers popped up and came to see me. I was asking them how the traction was, and they're telling me that, just like I was saying, just like I was alluding to a little bit earlier, the grip is even higher than what you will see on carpet with a pin tire. So at the same time, the surface has a little bit of give in that glue is going to seal in quite a lot of the moisture, and of course they do use water to keep the clay moist and malleable. So if the car rolls over, there's a certain amount of give. Not that much that it's squishy or anything like that. The track is extremely hard, but maybe not quite as hard as you would experience on a carpet track that's laid over concrete, for example. So a little bit more give than that. It's very difficult to describe the clay here if you've never been here or felt something like this. So very, very, very interesting and unique setup here in terms of how they do their clay, how they do their setup. The dirt, of course, that you start off with is going to be essentially like your canvas that you begin with, and you can paint upon that and put several layers of what you want to into it. But this particular surface, I did race at the INS 12 when I was here last, and I can tell you the level of grip that you experience here is like no other. So the equivalent of Elmer's glue. Actually, you guys do have Elmer's glue. Elmer's glue is like that glue stick that you used to use when you were a kid to stick paper to paper, one of 44. So the glue that we used when we were kids, that same glue that they removed the toxic stuff from, yeah, that very, very, very same glue. It's just like it is aerosoled out. It's like wood glue almost. I'd say it's like wood glue. Yes, Rob King. Over in Las Vegas and hot areas, California itself as well, where we hosted the Worlds in the past, we've actually taken grape soda, and we've actually taken Fanta, and we've taken Coca-Cola, and we have sprayed that out onto the circuit and allowed that to harden so that the sugar almost forms like a very hard granular surface. Now that makes for extremely hard concrete-like but high traction surface, and can be sometimes inconsistent in terms of how it breaks away and does not adhere into the soil quite the way that the glue does. But yeah, we see that over in Las Vegas as well. You know, what we call sugar tracks. And the reason why they're doing that out there is for a couple of reasons. Of course, number one, it's much hotter out there. Number two, the soil is extremely different. So if you spray something like Elmer's glue into it, it just doesn't adhere. You need more clay, and you just don't have that on the West Coast. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of approaches. Like I said, each track is extremely different. I personally have a fond affinity towards this particular track surface, how it feels, how it is built. I feel like it lends itself to allow you to get the best from your RC in terms of if you're rolling over, you know, it's in terms of setup mistakes. If you are not getting the lines, it's not because you're not getting the traction. It may be because your tires aren't quite ready. It's definitely a tire game over here. As I mentioned earlier, Smoothie's silver compound with the grey Durtec inserts and a gluing of the front sidewall in order to prevent folding over under hard traction. there's quite a lot of tire prep, a lot of sanding that goes in. SXT Baja compound is being used in order to soften the rubber up, and a fair amount of sanding that goes onto the tire even before you run the tire, and then a certain number of runs, maybe probably 2 or 3 even before you start to feel the carcass softening out. Yes, I agree, Mike. He is looking really good right now, and you'll see Davey Barda is actually standing in the back left-hand side of your picture right now with the black jacket on, his leg up on the side of the racetrack like that, just waiting. He's going to flip a car over right now. You'll see him in the back there. He was in the previous heat. He is running one of the new team-associated B7s, and he's really come into his own and been doing really well this last 2 or 3 years with his results. And I think right now, growing in confidence, and also with the car that he's running right now, I think Team Associated has really hit the sweet spot in terms of what drivers we're needing, in terms of a feel as well as in terms of performance and traction from their car. And I think this is going to be a very, very, very good one to run. I'm not seeing any of the guys running any sidewall inserts. What I do see is one of 3 things happening. Some people do run sidewall inserts. I haven't seen them here this time. I had seen them last time. What we will do is we'll either glue the outer bead of the tire right on the flat part of the tire that would normally meet the surface of the flat part that is making contact. So that round outer circumference of the tire. So we literally just glue that in order to prevent the sidewall from folding down. Or they take it one step further and they literally glue it from the rim up the sidewall, either halfway or all the way, depending on how aggressive they want to go with this, in order to essentially form a stiff sidewall and allow the carcass-only movement on the front tires on the contact patch of the tire itself. The rears, they're not really doing anything like that, although I will say I myself did end up gluing my rears after they had maybe a few too many runs and they started getting a little bit soft, and I was experiencing traction roll the last time I was out here. And I had glued the sidewalls just a little bit so that I didn't have to get another set of tires when I probably only had 1 or 2 runs left before I was going to go home and not run on the surface for some time again. I'm not local to this track. I'm about 8 hours away. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina right now myself. And with that being said, a track that I get to visit as a treat, sometimes to come and announce over here or to represent ProTech and A-Main here at Hoosier HobbyPlex. But not a track that I'm able to frequent, unfortunately. Yes, Ghost Images. We have seen several of the B7s out there. In fact, we may see a B7 in almost every one of the heats here from the pro drivers. We just had 2 heats ago. We had Davey Barta. He's definitely out in one of the new B7s. I believe Spencer Rivkin also running one of the new B7s. Yes, Chase, it is very similar to walking across a drag strip. If you've ever felt the traction compound that we put down on a drag strip, the surface here has a little bit more give, but certainly has the same level of traction and feeling of adhesion as what you do from the starting line on a drag strip. Sure. I would love to see some of the tracks back in South Africa myself when I come visit again next time. Of course, very difficult to travel with a lot of my stuff, 1 of 44. So maybe I'll come and see you guys down there. The front straight is super smooth. Yes. Right now we're seeing a little bit of pitting on corner number 1. I think what we're seeing there is the slash rubber has been picked up and the JConcepts rubber is starting to go down. Of course, the racetrack tire is a little bit different to that of the basher tire. And they did use, of course, straight out of the box slashes yesterday. I don't think they did much in terms of setup or hop-ups, but they did go ahead and run those for 2 hours to bed the track in. of additional track maintenance going on right now. That's Eddie Henley out there with the ball cap on as well as the jeans, and his son Talon Henley with him as well. They're just blowing the track off just to give it a little bit of extra, to make sure that the dust is being cleared, make sure that everybody's getting equal and fair track right now, and making sure that everybody's getting the best out of their runs as they set their car up and move into the seeding heats and mains tomorrow. Excuse me, no mains tomorrow, but seeding and heats as we move into mains on Saturday. The guys look like they're looking for a body clip because there is a certain amount of dust as well as soil that breaks away from this track. As I was trying to describe earlier, the track does have a certain amount of give like clay does, but at the same time it's giving a lot more traction than what carpet does with thin tires. So they're just making sure that the track is nice and clean for everybody, making sure it's completely clean. I will say the track, they do find a fair amount of spares, including body clips, screws, turnbuckles, that kind of stuff, all over the track. As they clean the track, let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. Our sponsors: Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. Track starting to get a very black look on the top of it. That is from the rubber going down as well as the glue taking the rubber out of the tires essentially. As that happens, more and more grip is going to come up online, and less grip is going to form offline. So it's going to be more rewarding to be online and less rewarding offline, just like it is on an asphalt circuit. As we get going here with the next heats. I'm going to move around the front here again so I can see what you guys are seeing. I can actually commentate on what we're seeing rather than just track conditions. Important as well, but let's go around the front here. Okay, so it looks like the live feed is caught up now quite substantially. It's actually what you guys are seeing as I watch those three buggies come around the back of the track right now. They're going through the S's in the top right-hand side right now. You guys are about 2 or 3 seconds behind me only. Mr. Zach Meadows, yes, we're trying to work on the sound right now, but we're using a mic cut right now. There's quite a lot of background noise. So with that being said, we do apologize for the audio. It is as good as we can get it right now. I agree with you, Mr. Mike Kaz. If you're looking for stickers, if you want to do custom stickers in your own color or in different sizes, whether that be for RC or any other sport as well, I use them for my motorcycle. In fact, I send over my race decals, and they print those for me that I put onto my track motorcycle that I race independently. Well, I don't race. I go to track days, just open track days. And I've got a Yamaha R1 on which I have some Boom RC stickers and decals. So yeah, they make all sorts of decals. I believe they also make motocross decals. So very high quality stickers, and they can do them in any color and any size, pretty much any die cut that you want. So if you're looking for stickers, Boom RC. Oh, sorry. A little bit of dust up in the air here today, which is giving me, I guess, a little bit of allergies. Have our photographer here today as well. He's out on the left-hand side of the track right now. You'll see him with his telescopic lens following some of the cars around. So he'll be taking some of those photographs that Matt was talking about earlier, where we're going to try to get a photo printer out here. So we will be able to get those photos printed with not only in terms of a nice, beautiful gloss picture in 5x7s and 8x6s, but also in terms of having all the sponsors and decals on there, and possibly even having some of the pros sign some of those pictures, and maybe they will waffle some of those off. It remains to be seen, but right now that is the idea. We will see if that is possible. As we just saw in the last heat there, Dustin Evans coming off the driver's stand, and some of the others right now. And we see Paul Ciccarello now going up onto the stand, as well as some of the other team-associated drivers. I think we will see some of the pros in this next heat here. I will need to catch a video, I believe, of one of the drivers that is on the stand. So there will be a temporary moment where we will not have... Chris Champlin is listening. Yes, thank you. There'll be a little bit of a break here whilst I capture a video. We'll be back. And we are back. I was just getting a video there of one of the ProTech drivers, Spencer Rivkin. And so we'll get that up for our TikTok. And Mr. Troy Hansen is going to be giving that down and making a lovely little video out of that. So thank you, Mr. Troy. Into the next heat we go. All right, see you in an hour, Mr. Chase. So we saw some pretty big names in the last one there. Dakota Fenn was out on the track. Spencer Rivkin was on track as well. I think Paul Ciccarello was up as well. So right now, I'm not 100% sure. Let's have a look at who's running right now. We have some of our local heroes. Joe Bornhorst is up there as well. There's Mike Hess is up there. All right, so in a very similar cadence and in a similar group. Not sure exactly how they're setting that out themselves, but with that being said, yeah, certainly some names of notoriety here on the track today. this has struck. For those of you that are wondering what 1 of 44 is talking about, he's in South Africa and they have something called load shedding, which means that the country doesn't have enough power for 100% of the time for 100% of the country. So much of the country is switched off for your electricity for time. And if you're lucky enough, you have something like a UPS, an uninterrupted power supply, or a lithium battery or something like that, which is going to provide power to your router and your modem, which at least when all of your lights go out and you can't use your stove or your fridge, you are able to use your Wi-Fi and still be able to watch races here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany here at Clash of Champions 2024. I took a little minute to go sneak down there and grab Spencer Rivkin's car as he's out on the track right now, and I snuck a couple of pictures. That is the new B7, so I'm going to see if maybe I'm able to share that somewhere here with you guys. I'll have a chat with Matt from Mod Live Media in just a couple of minutes and see if I can get that up to you guys. And in the meantime, if you do want to see any of the coverage, you can follow that on ProTech RC and A-Man Hobbies' pages. We'll be setting that up on the TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebook, all that kind of good stuff for the videos. Mostly the videos go through TikTok. They're very well followed. If you'd like to see some of them there, go and check out ProTech RC and A-Man Hobbies on TikTok. As we finish another heat right now, looking at about 5:15. Spencer now coming down to pick up his car. He's feeling the front shocks there and just having a look at the vehicle. He seemed pretty happy with that last run. The run before that, he had actually pulled his car about 3 minutes into the 6-minute run and went down to go and make some setup changes this time, running the entire heat. Dakota Fend also looking pretty good. He coming off there with his 4-wheel drive, the TLR X, the TLR 22X, I believe. Get ready for our next heat. I see Joe Bornhorst sitting on the side over there. He's one of the S-Works drivers. He's representing S-Works here. He was telling me they're working on some of the components for their particular vehicle and making improvements as they always do. Oh, and one of the buggies out on track right now losing a wheel. Not sure which one that is or who that is. Losing a front left in the S's. I believe we'll be here still for several hours yet of open practice today as we move into open practice and seeding tomorrow and some heats. Saturday will be some mains as well as some heats and some mains, and Sunday will be mains. We are out of here. Hello, Mr. Carl Ball from England. Where in England are you? Pretty cold over here in New Albany right now. It may be where you are as well. Looks like more of the B7 will need to show more dialing to that old TLR still showing up. Absolutely. The old, in inverted commas, TLR, you know, very well developed car as well, very well respected, and at the hands of Dakota Fend is certainly a weapon of choice. And he is the defending Clash of Champions title holder right now, so we will see if he can hang on to that. Of course, I believe the Clash of Champions, you need to here score points in several different disciplines, being two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive and one other. I believe Stadium Truck is the chosen weapon of choice for those gentlemen, and I believe we're going to see the same from TLR as well as we do from Team Associated in terms of those disciplines and classes being run. What classes do you guys run? Do you guys run two-wheel drive? Do you guys run four-wheel drive? I myself am a absolute nut. I love my four-wheel drive, but I will say I'm always disappointed at the amount of attendance that we get in comparison to two-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive being harder to drive, but two-wheel drive is the glory, I believe, and it is one of the most widely contested as well as competed in classes across the world, whether it be in Africa, Asia, America, Europe, anywhere else really that we see RC racing. Two-wheel drive buggies are certainly going to be one of the classes that we see out there. Four-wheel drive being one of my favorites, just simply for the fact that you can drive the car a little bit more aggressively. The car is a little bit more stable. The center of gravity is a little bit lower and more spread out, and thus makes for an easier to drive platform. Yet for whatever reason, we don't see as many four-wheel drive cars often as what we see two-wheel drive cars. Stadium trucks seem to be the third out of those three disciplines in terms of popularity, but an absolutely amazingly fun class to drive. If you've never driven a two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive stadium truck, I can tell you, of course, there's a limited number of four-wheel drive stadium trucks, the Techno ET410 being one of them. Very, very, very fun class to run. We do see them on a fair number of clay tracks around the world, but those two-wheel drive stadium trucks is like a two-wheel drive truggy almost. It is so much fun to drive. The tires being a little bit bigger, have a little bit more of a give. You can touch the pipe here and there, not get stuck under it. The car having a slightly wider base also lends itself to a slightly more aggressive style of driving. And also the bodies. The bodies being a little bit more flatter on the sides lend themselves to the ability to be able to touch a little bit more like short course trucks do, like we did see in the heydays of RC racing back in the 80s and 90s as we came up. Short course truck racing was massive. Another heat gone and another 12 drivers up on the stand, and I see Dunbar, I see Brock Champlin, and I see a couple of others coming up as well. So this will be a good heat to watch as well. Right now, of course, just open practice today, inconsequential, no seeding. Tomorrow will be seeding and open practice and some heats. So inconsequential as of today, apart from setup, setting up your tires as well as getting your car dialed in terms of what you wanted to do and how the track feels to you, and finding that spot that you would like to have up on the driver's stand. Because I can tell you these poles that you see in front of us, of course, they're structural, so they're required to be here. There's no way that we can get rid of them. However, depending on where you're standing on the track, the marshals and the poles can be quite a difficulty. Depending on where you've practiced and set yourself up for the race, you want to be standing in the same place, and it's not always possible. As you come up onto the driver's stand, you may be number 1 of 12 as you step up there for the first time, and number 12 of 12 as you come up the next, and you may not get the same position. So getting a number of different positions around the driver's stand just to be able to get those different vantage points and getting your eye dialed in for each one of the different track positions is going to be absolutely prime. And then making sure, of course, that you have your tires dialed in and getting a number of tires dialed in, because I can tell you catastrophically you can have one touch of the pipe here. We're using this kind of corrugated pipe, and they are nailed in with very big spikes, and if you touch those pipes, I can tell you now, they can shred your tires in the sidewall. And if that happens, like that stadium truck just did on the front side there, I'll be very well surprised if his rear tire right now doesn't have a scar on the side. Not something you want to run with in the race, for fear of it coming apart, and also for fear of inconsistency of grip as you go around these corners. Thank you, Mr. Anthony Guilfoy. Good luck to everybody. Yes, 1 of 44, you prefer two-wheel drive. And even customs, yes. 128s are actually very, very, very fun to run. Have you ever run those as FPV? That can be very, very, very fun to run as FPV. For those of you not aware, FPV is a form of video transmission that we use, an analog transmission, to jump a 2.4 gigahertz signal from a video transmitter and camera on board of either normally a drone, or you can use it on anything really that you want, into a viewing pair of goggles which you wear on your head, and you then have a first-person view as you race or operate the vehicle, fly the vehicle that you are in, that the camera and the video transmitter is mounted in. And we like to take those SC28s from Team Associated, and put cameras inside of them, and then we'll race those around like we're actually in the little cars. We'll race those in our living room, we'll race those in and around the garden, we'll let the dogs chase them, all sorts of things like that. Very, very, very fun to do. If you haven't done that, give it a go. All right, so I'm going to have a quick little break here, guys. Going to go and get myself something to drink. My throats are getting a little bit dry, and in the interest of having good commentary for tomorrow and the next day and the following day, I shall return in a couple of minutes. We are back. Having a quick little walk through the pits there, trying to find somewhere to get a drink or something from, but didn't get lucky this time. Another heat. Let's have a look. We have a couple of the local heroes out there again. It's quite a well-attended local track. Gonzalez, Watkins, let's go to Raber. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. 1 of 44, yeah, that's pretty cool. So your 3D printer stuff down there. Yeah, I guess on that scale, things can work. I've tried to 3D print things for 10 scale or 8 scale, but for a actual usable application in terms of A-arms or hubs or anything, 3D printing maybe not the most durable in components, unless if you're running a smaller car like that one, which will probably run quite well. Excuse us for having the graphic in the top right-hand side right now reads Class of Champions /Enduro 2024. That was yesterday, where we ran 2 hours of /Enduro to bed the track in. We're seeing quite a lot of track change today, namely the bedding in of rubber that we're seeing from these race tires from JConcepts. Those are going to be putting down quite a lot of rubber. A lot more different than the Traxxas rubber that we had yesterday from those ready to runs, all 16 of them. 3-man teams were out here yesterday for a 2-hour race where we bedded in the track, and a certain amount of track development has happened today here with the race buggies. I would say a lot more so, not only in terms of the amount of time that we have been running already for the practice session, but also in terms of the amount of rubber, also the amount of source that we see on these tires. And now the Elmer glue that Eddie uses here in this particular surface is really starting to take hold of that rubber and mix in. So we're seeing 2 things that increase the traction, probably even a third. One being water is commonly used to just water and increase grip on the track. Next, he's using Elmer's glue, and then the amount of rubber that is being stripped out of these tires from the Elmer's glue is absolutely phenomenal. And with that being said, we're seeing a large amount of track evolution now. I'm keeping an eye here on the corner number 1. This is going to be the corner through which we have a large acceleration and then braking zone. So I'm not concerned, but watching with a watchful eye in terms of the amount of wear that we're going to be seeing here on this particular front straightaway. It's going to be very indicative of what we see on the rest of the track, but that being probably one of the highest demand areas of the track, probably right next to the acceleration straight onto the straightaway in terms of wear and development of track conditions. So that is about 5 feet in front of me in terms of real time. I'm literally just off the camera there, away from that pole that is branded with Protec RC. The gentleman with the blower right now going out, that's Tater Sontag, our 2-wheel drive champion of the world. And he is now going out to go blow the track. That is about 5 feet away from me. So I'm watching very diligently over there in order to see what kind of track development we are getting. The surface right now looking a lot blacker than what it was earlier, and you can see through the S's a single line forming, which is going to perform much higher amounts of traction than what we see on other parts of the track. Whereas in the back parts of the track, multiple different lines being run, and where we see those multiple different lines being run, we will see a lot more open racing, I believe, and many different lines that can be taken by the racers. Whereas through the lower parts of these tracks and these S's, as you go up into the corners of the tracks, On the back left and the back right hand side, I believe there's going to be a lot more single racing, and it will not be rewarding to go out of the line, out of the racing line there. I don't think it will be worth your time. I think you want to stay online. I think we're going to be seeing many of the passes being made as we descend on the left-hand side of the track and go into the top little kicker where the ProTech and HobbyWing and JConcepts logos are, right in the center where the gentleman is just grabbing his hat there in the top. That's actually Chris, the gentleman that was saying that they want to ply him with Red Bull to run the camera. He's out there practicing today. He will be racing as well. So with that being said, I believe that's where we're going to see a lot of the passes, as well as we go through these doubles and these triples. There's going to be several different ways to take that part of the track. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of drivers double and single in as we come through that first triple, but a lot of the mod drivers are going to be able to triple straight into the corner, which is, I think, going to be an overtaking hotspot. And again, as we come around that corner into the next S and up onto the double and onto the straightaway, I believe there is going to be quite a lot of movement there. And definitely as we go into the hard braking zone in corner number 1, I think is going to be another overtaking hotspot. So 3 very good spots and many opportunities to overtake, but again, like I said, running offline not being rewarding as we see the rubber laying down in a single line through some of these features. You have an RC bike as well. That's pretty cool. Let me see over here. Is there a place with a list of the stream times for the weekend and the classes of the events? So as you know, with events being very fluid, we need to have the schedule could probably be ascertained or put down at some point, but I don't believe that they have been ironed down to that point where you can actually say like 1 o'clock tomorrow is like the main 13 or something like that. With that being said, we will be posting the classes as well as the heats. We are still waiting to see if there are a number of entries. We saw here in the chat, for example, one of the people that is chatting in with us, Chase Rogers, I think was his name. He is coming down to the racetrack and don't believe he's entered yet. There is still space if you haven't come down to the track yet and you'd like to enter. There is certainly going to be space. There's going to be pit spaces and also availability for you to be able to register and come on down and join the race if you are close enough or local enough to be able to do so. So do come and do so. Let's see over here. Yeah, I tried one of 44. I tried to use ABS. I tried to use nylon. I tried to use carbon. I tried to use PETG. I tried to use PLA, all of which had less than desired effects in comparison to factory design parts. So in the end, the engineering differences that I wanted to make in design of the vehicles was not beneficial enough to me in order to suffer the durability issues that I had instead with the 3D printed parts, despite my polishing them down or resining them out or trying to strengthen them or building them around metal components, all sorts of things like that. Unfortunately, it didn't work very well. Yeah, so we're just doing some more setup down there. Excuse me for the little intermission there. Just doing a couple more things to go and set up tables downstairs and get more cameras going and getting battery charging bays and all that kind of good stuff as we go in the race. Another heat gone, another heat gone. Another 12 drivers coming up on the stand. Let's have a look here in the chat. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You can machine stuff out of carbon and plastics. Yeah. I've done stuff out of carbon in the past when I used to do more drone stuff. I used to make some of my own drone chassis, and then I take, just literally CNC router the carbon out, and then I would take CA glue and, sand the edges down, and then unify the edges with CA glue so they're a little bit stronger, so that if I crashed or anything like that, the carbon wouldn't delaminate. But I mean, honestly, the technology in RC has come so far these days, and it is so freely available in so many different ways, from drones all the way to surface, all the way to boats, that most of what you can get or what you want these days, you would rather buy, in my opinion, than make. Take a moment to thank our sponsors: Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and ProLife. I think we'll be running over here until about 8 p.m. today, which is going to be in about another 2 hours and 10 minutes time. I believe that is until which time we will run, and we will open up again for open practice at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning will be seeding as well as heats as we move into Friday, which will be heats, Saturday, which will be some heats and some mains, and then Sunday, which will be the finals and the mains. Looking forward to see what the weekend will bring, some more exciting times in terms of what we will see here on our feed, and also some additional cameras as well as some additional angles that we will be using tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today here on our broadcast as we broadcast from Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana. Let's go back to our chat. Let's have a look. Hey, if anyone can do me a favor from the stream that you're watching right now, if you can share the link or the page of the stream that you're watching from right now, I'd like to share it to some of my friends. I don't happen to have that particular link actually, and some of my friends are chiming in saying, "Hey, we want to watch too." So I'd like to just send that over to them. I have the media broadcast link, which is going to allow me to look at the chat and broadcast and change things over here, but that is different to the link that you guys are using. So if you could post that in the chat, that would be advantageous and much appreciated. Yeah, big Bakarama 1 of 44 is in South Africa, so everything is roughly 3 to 5 times more expensive than what we see here. And as you know, components, raw materials and so on, already not the cheapest thing to buy over here. a little bit more freely available for us, and our cost of living being quite substantially lower than theirs, their costs increased as well as cost of living increased as well. But it does seem as though one of 44 has some nice toys. You know, he's got a 3D printer and he's able to do some machining, so definitely got more toys than what I had when I was over there. But over here we have a lot more access to that kind of stuff here in the USA than what they do in South Africa. Yeah, for sure. The cutters these days aren't too bad. You can find yourself, you know, wood machine routers and that kind of stuff that you can use for carbon as well. And there are some water cutting tools as well that we use here in the USA, which are becoming a little bit more freely available. Engravers also, so you know that kind of technology being in high demand here in the USA is becoming a little bit more freely available. We don't really see that in third world countries like South Africa. The technology takes a lot longer to get there, and when it does, it's normally quite a bit more expensive. One of 44 says he is a toppy, or a toppy, as we say in South Africa, which means he is an old man. I'm a toppy now too, bro. I'm a toppy now too. I'm over 40, so I think over 40 qualifies as a toppy. If somebody could share the link from which you guys are watching this, that'd be great. I would like to send that over to my mates that are watching over here. So if you could share the link to, please share link. Oh, there we go. I see it's on YouTube, Facebook, as well as this one. Oh, that must be this particular platform. Huh. Thanks, Ronald44. Yeah, I guess it's not allowing you to share links. Maybe that's one of the chat settings here. I'll have to ask the guys that are running it. I'll try and Google it actually, and I'll see if I can find it. Facebook. Maybe we'll have it. I think I found it. Yes, I did find it. Ah, yeah, buddy. Oh, hell yeah, this feed actually works. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch on this one. Oh, that's way better. Thank you anyway, one of 44, for sharing that over to me. I apologize that it didn't show up in the chat. Okay. Let's see how far behind this feed is. Too bad, actually. Sometimes sharing up onto one of the platforms like Facebook can take a couple of seconds. Yeah, so that's about 6 seconds difference. As we take a quick break, an interlude between the heats here, let's take a quick moment to thank our sponsors: Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. As we go live here for another heat. Seeing some of the independent drivers coming out now, and we're going to start seeing some slightly higher lap times. We're seeing some of the pros and some of the mod cars putting down anything between, so far we've seen 20 point something, around about average of 21 second lap time. And some of these gentlemen now are doing a roundabout a 25 to 27 second lap time. So just to give you an idea of the delta that we have that exists between the drivers. Twitch, that was the last one that I was seeing there. As I was posting when I made a comment a minute ago, it showed all of the different platforms and it showed the T, and I guess that's what that was, yeah, Twitch. Thank you for joining us yesterday, Kevin. That was really definitely a fun race. I guess you were part of the two-wheel drive, or should I say the slash enduro that they had, the 2-hour slash enduro that we had down here. Thank you for joining us. Interesting, Bakarama. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. I know NTSC certainly with that different frame rate is going to cause an issue. We are broadcasting on 60 FPS, so that might be what you're seeing there. And then Facebook. Well, you know what's funny is that you say Facebook's got a problem. Yeah, sure, it's got a bit of a delay. I've got about a 5-second delay, but I'm actually, so between the dashboard that I'm watching right now on Restream, which is actually the control that I used to talk to you guys, and then on the other side over here on Facebook, it is, I'm actually able to watch the stream on Facebook. Although it's 5 seconds behind, I have an actual live feed and it's actually working. So with that being said, yeah, I will comment here also. This is me. That is me commenting. This is me on our feed over there. So if you're looking for who is speaking to you live from the broadcast, that is me. Hello, everybody. It's very interesting. I only see some of the comments that you guys are making, I guess because you guys are on different platforms. That's why as I watch here on Restream, it puts all of the chat together for me. No, it is a French surname. As you know, the history in South Africa is very mixed with Dutch and French. I am adopted by a French father, but actually my last name is actually Booth, very English. But I have a lot of French blood, and I have a lot of Scandinavian blood, actually. For a DNA test that I did. So yeah, with that being said, Shane Mouton, that is me. I see you are, now I see you are watching on Twitch, he's watching on YouTube. Okay, I'm on Facebook, yeah. Okay. All of this is starting to make a little bit of sense to me now, having not really spent very much time in the chat and only having done a number of live broadcasts where the other broadcaster was looking at the chats in the past. I'm getting a little bit more in-depth with looking at this kind of stuff with you guys and finding my feet with you. On to another heat. About another 2 hours left here in practice today, here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana. Thank you, Mr. Bakarama. Yes, solid name for someone that likes racing, for sure. I'm actually a massive Formula One fan and MotoGP fan, and I'd never have the budget or possibly even the skill to compete in any of those disciplines. Also too old now, so here I am, a intermediate and independent RC racer. Working for A-Main Hobbies, so been working for them now for 7 years. www.A-Main Hobbies for all your RC needs. Ship globally. We will be able to reach you also over there. If you want to buy something 1 of 44, we will be able to ship to you because we do ship to South Africa and definitely ship to where Bakarama is. He's in good old America, right here in the good old USA, where I'm at right now as well, residing in North Carolina in Charlotte. Oh, yes, Bakarama, yes, actually, I have totally forgot about that, yes. She was a WRC driver, yes, absolutely. There was another member of my family, actually, completely different name. He is a Formula One world champion named Jody Scheckter. He won world title for Ferrari, I believe it was in 1968, I want to say. He was also the one that drove the famous Renault-designed car that had 6 wheels. The only car ever to have more than 4 wheels on a Formula One circuit. Didn't do very well, unfortunately. It wasn't quite as prolific in doing what they wanted it to do. But completely forgot about that WRC driver there, Michel Mouton. We just saw Spencer Rivkin right now coming off the stand there, and we're seeing him get down into the 20.3s there, so their lap time's getting a little bit quicker. Still some of their average lap times around 21, 22, so I bet we're going to start seeing some 19s pretty soon. McDonald Wilkinson was up there as well, Montgomery, Dustin Evans. Let's see who else we just had. All in the last heat, guys, we're just watching. Moving on to another heat in about 2 hours to go here. Still 2 hours to go of practice today, open practice. We're be using the fisheye lens camera today to broadcast. So please do enjoy the coverage and stay with us as we go through another couple of hours of practice. Yes, the Tyrrell P44, that is what it was. Yeah, he drove the roach coach. Yes, he did, yes. Yeah, don't worry, SA. Nothing that is said in the chat here is taken in extremely high offense or regard. We're just here to chat, just here to have a good time. Imagine you're with your friends in the armchair and we're just having a good time watching some racing, because that's what we're doing. Yeah, she still does race around. She's not in active WRC circuit anymore, but she's still an active and known driver, and certainly does still drive, and certainly does still perform. Yes. Yes, SA. That is a very famous car and a very prolific design, although not very successful in terms of Jody Schechter's overall performance on the racetrack. Didn't do very well with that particular car. With the Tyrrell P34, although it was a very interesting design and is very well sought after in modeling circles, was not very well sought after in terms of design on the Formula One track, where he didn't win anything. I think he got one podium with it, but I don't think he won any races with it. I do speak under correction. Definitely did not win a championship, and is still the only South African Formula One champion that we've ever seen, as well as the only South African driver ever on a Formula One grid. But he won with Ferrari, not with Renault, and definitely not with Tyrrell either. So that Tyrrell P34, a beautiful design, but yet a not very successful, although very interesting design. As we break from this particular heat, I'm going to take a little break myself once again, and I will be back. Man, I leave you guys alone for a minute and you guys are coming back talking about urine tests at the races and stuff. Yes, Bakarama. If you like Formula One and if you like that kind of story, up on YouTube right now is there's a YouTube channel they called F1 Rewind or F1 Reverse, I think. And they've got a history of Formula One. It's 3 hours long. I'm about an hour into it myself, and they're busy going through, you know, how safety has changed, how the cars have changed, how the formula was developed, the original starting of what was before the FIA was the FIA, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty interesting. So it's a pretty cool story if you want to watch it. I'm only about an hour into the 3 hours, so I don't know how well the last 2 hours goes, but from a very reputable source, and so far I was enjoying the very vivid journalism, lots of things that I haven't seen before, yes. I don't know when it came out, Bakarama. I think it just came out. Let me see over here. I'll have a look real quick. I was busy watching it here just a couple of days ago, actually. Let's see. F1 Reverse, Formula One Unleashed, the ultimate journey through time. And it's a 3 hour, it only came out 10 days ago. So maybe you've seen another one, maybe you've seen this one. I don't know if you watched this one, but it's come out about 10 days ago. So if you want to watch it, go check it out. Yeah, SA actually, they do not test for drugs. Performance enhancement in terms of sports really for most refers to things like baking soda, steroids, PEDs like that, what they use as blood enhancers, oxygen enhancers, EPA, that kind of stuff. Yes, they do in other sports, but this, where the connection between the driver and the vehicle is radio controlled, as long as your car is teched, which essentially, if you had performance enhancing electronics here in this particular sport, yes, you would be banned, or you would be noticed. And yes, there is tech, of course, as you know. But in terms of Adderall, caffeine, Red Bull, taurine, anything else that you can take to keep your mind sharp, well, that's up to you. And in fact, I know some people that in fact will take things to calm themselves down rather than hype themselves up, because the twitchiness can translate through the steering wheel onto the vehicle. So actually many people, I believe, instead of taking stimulants, may actually take some kind of sedative. So yeah, that's definitely something that we see. Oh wow, big wheelie onto the front straightaway. Check that bad boy out. That's a massive one. You guys see what I mean in terms of the traction? That's one of the modified buggies there coming over the start-finish straightaway, just popping a fat wheelie. I know a lot about this because I know the people that do the sports, and I myself, as I said, at one stage when I was living in Chico, I used to go to work on Monday morning. I would go and work my 8 to 9 hours at A-Main Hobbies. You got a 1 hour lunch break in between, so you're 10 hours at work sometimes, right? And then I'd leave immediately, and very close to the warehouse was the racetrack. And I would go ahead and I'd spend probably about anything between another hour to 2 hours at a very minimum, up to about another 4 hours per day there, right? And then I would come home, just past dinner time. I'd have dinner, I'd go to sleep and wake up and go and do it all again. And then on Saturday and Sunday, sometimes I would spend, 8, 9, 10 hours there. I really wanted to become good at the sport. Sadly, I don't have a God-given talent in terms of being able to control these things. I can drive relatively well. I can feel in a car, but in an RC, you don't have that ability. I may not have the best inherent athletic capability, but I sure have what they call a good butt, and this butt will give me, the feedback from the car and the gyroscopic feed that I will need to be able to control a vehicle. And I can drive very well, and I hope that that would translate into an RC, but it doesn't. And in doing that, and in spending years spending hours at the track at a time like I did, I know a lot of people that do this, and I know a lot of the things that these people that do RC do. So, not me that you need to test. Maybe some of the some others. We have junkies. No, we don't have junkies. We don't have junkies. But I will say, if anyone's watching that isn't part of RC racing and you've never raced before, I will tell you, I've been involved in cycling racing. I've been involved in road racing. I've been involved in track days for motorcycles. I've been on drag strips. I've been on... And nothing quite gets the blood pumping like the first time you hit the front in a race and the announcer says your name and the kind of lead that you have. And if there's a car anywhere near you, you immediately start shaking. The adrenaline is just so extreme. It's like nothing else. Even though I'm spending time on motorcycles that are doing, easily in excess of 120 miles an hour on track, this to me is as, if not more exciting than that, and the adrenaline that I can feel, right? Because I know I only have minutes to hang on to this, and the amount of time that you spend setting up your car and getting your tires ready and everything, right? And when that moment comes, like how important that is to you, it's not that we have junkies, and it's not I that is saying that people need to piss in a cup here. Let's just get that right for the record, right, gentlemen? Somebody else is bringing that up. I'm just saying that I am aware that some people may be using stimulants, like Red Bulls. That's not being a junkie. And I am aware also of people like myself that may get overexcited, that may use some forms of sedative. I know guys that take Benadryl, for example, right? Benadryl is just like an allergy med. But it makes you a little bit drowsy. It calms you down, makes you a little bit sleepy. So I know people that take Benadryl before they go to a race day just to calm themselves down, because that kind of twitchiness comes out through the steering wheel onto the car itself. So, yeah. See what I mean? Here's one of 44. He says, had the shake so bad. Once he was holding myself to the railing. Yeah, I tend to push my belt buckle up against the railing. Otherwise, I start like tapping my feet, or I start moving around. I do something called the T-Rex as well, where I grab my transmitter, and the more tense I become, the more cocked, the more bent and cocked my wrists become, and the closer they come to my face. I don't know why I do that. It's just, it's a natural reflex reaction to the adrenaline that I'm experiencing while I'm racing. And yeah, with that being said, hey, Mr. Mark, how are you doing today? A-Main Hobbies says hi. Mr. Mark and Mike, nice to see you guys. And nice to see you on the feed. www.amainhobbies for all your RC needs. It looks like the chat went sideways here. Who brought up the Adderall? Who did that? I went to go and get a drink, and I came back and I asked you guys, if I leave you alone for 5 minutes, and the chat is just going rampant. Yeah, I do a T-Rex, one of 44. I do a like a T-Rex kind of thing. If you imagine pulling your arms up in front of your face and then trying to pull your fingers down to the ground again. I don't know why I do that, but in very intense racing moments, I find myself doing that to the point where sometimes I pull the transmitter up in front of my face. I realize when I'm not able to see my car anymore, I'm like, why can't I see my car? I'm doing that thing again. And then I tell myself to breathe and I calm down. So, yeah. No, I've never ridden the Isle of Man. I wish I could ride the Isle of Man. Those guys are another breed. For me, I've been on several amateur track days, and that's about it. Not even racing for position. You just go out for 20-minute sessions and just go as hard as you can. So. Girls love the T-Rex. Yeah, I don't know about that, brother. I've seen, so we have photographers like we do at this particular event that they come out and take pictures of not only the races but also your cars and that kind of stuff. And I have a picture of myself doing that. And it doesn't look very good, bro. It does not look very good at all, I can tell you that. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors, guys. Team Associated, Protec RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and ProLine. Here at the Clash of Champions 2024 at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany in Indiana, USA. Thank you to everyone that is joining us here for the practice day. Today is Thursday, will be practice. Friday will be seeding practice as well as some heats. Saturday will be heats and some mains, and Sunday will be the main. We have the Clash of Champions here being defended by Dakota Fend as well as Doug LaRiviere, local from California, has raced with us at A-Main Hobbies down at Silver Dollar Raceway many times, and I bet we will be seeing again soon. I think we are closing up tonight at 8 p.m., Jonathan. I do speak under correction. It's 6:30 right now, so we have about an hour and a half left. And we'll be opening up again at 8 a.m. tomorrow for open practice, which will also be seeding practice. So that will count for tomorrow. Today is inconsequential, apart from, of course, the tire game and the setup game. And finding yourself a spot on the driver's stand where you are comfortable that you can see, because if you can see from the video feed here, there are 6 poles, and there are, I think, there are 12 marshal spots. And those 12 marshal spots, I believe that about 3 or 4 of them are in positions that make it difficult for you to be able to see part of the track should that marshal get up to do their job, essentially. If they stay seated, not so much of a problem. But each one of the positions on the driver's stand, which is about 35 feet long, gives you a different view. And I can tell you, having been one of the lower seed drivers in one of the mains in the INS 12 race that I raced here at, basically being given less of an option of where to stand on the driver's stand. You allow the faster seed or the better seed to take their first choice, second choice, third choice as you go down the seeding list. And I was essentially the bump from the C main up into the B main. So I was the second last person to get a choice of the driver's stand, and that was absolutely fatal to my chances of making it through that race. I was not able to race because I was not even able to see part of the corners that I was able to see from the other vantage point, and I could see other things that I was not able to see before, and it made it very difficult. So driver's stand positioning here, setup time, tire time. Most drivers out here, their tire of choice is going to be the JConcepts Smoothie 2. It's going to be in the silver compound with the grey Durtec inserts, and they need at least 3 runs on them, a lot of sauce and some sanding, just to get them to a place where you'll be able to get them onto the track in order to practice correctly. Most are using SXT Baja compound, using that to soften down the rubber, and after about 2 or 3 runs, your tires will start to come in, at which point you're ready to race or use them for heats, and you'll save some of those. You'll come out on the next couple of practice sessions trying to break in some more tires so that you have some spares. But I can tell you right now, if you don't have the tires ready, you're not going to have a good day. Numbskull FPV, what a name. Hey, from the UK, just got back into the hobby after a good while. Welcome back, Numbskull UK. Yes, 1 of 44. I remember the Sanwa Dash Saber. Actually, let me try and find a picture of it. I wonder, no, it's not going to let me post a picture in the chat, is it? Won't let me post a picture in the chat. For me, those Sanwas, I remember running something similar to that. I don't think I had a Sanwa. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I used to use stick radio. And when I first came over to the USA and I saw these pistol radios, I started running with an air radio, and everyone was laughing at me like, what are you doing, right? Like, there's only one other pro in the world that does that they could remember, which is Elliot Boots, him being European as well, and probably also having grown up with very similar equipment or very similar access to equipment and technology that I did. He's probably a little bit younger than I am. But with that being said, I used to race with a stick radio, and I actually quite enjoy still racing with a stick radio. But I have recently, in the last 7 years since I joined A-Main, I took the opportunity to grab myself, which was back in the day a very premium setup. You know, only the best of the best, or those that had money, or those that had access to lots of these products, had a pistol radio, and it was still very new technology back then. So that Sandwich Sabre that you're talking about, that one was a stick radio, and I remember everyone used to run with the stick radios. I think mine was like some strange name. I can't even remember what it was. Like, I still have it at home. It's still in South Africa. It's still, my mom and dad still got it. I've still got my King Blackfoot that I used to have, and I still have my Midnight Pumpkin that I used to have, but I don't know what brand that is. As I'm looking right now, the next heat is going to be an interesting one. We have defending champion coming up right now. We've got Dakota Fend, and next to him is Cole Tollard. So some of the pros coming up on the stand. Let me lean back over here and see. I can see Wilkinson as well. McDonald Wilkinson is up there. And who else can I see? No one else right now. There are 12 drivers on the stand, of course, but this next one should be a good one to watch. Unfortunately, 1 of 44, I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember the name because it was not a recognizable name. All I remember was that my dad and I went down to the radio-controlled shop. It was called Speed Control Hobbies, and it was in Tiger Valley in Belleville. And Speed Control Hobbies used to get their VHS video once a month from the American races. Somebody would be out there with an actual VHS recorder, and we would get these like amateur shot videos, and once a month we would have like a watch down at that particular shop, and they had Tamiya, they had a couple of other things. I remember my charger, it had like a knob on it. That was an Apex charger. It was like a bright yellow charger by a brand called Apex. I still cannot remember who the manufacturer was of the transmitter. I wonder if I have a picture of it somewhere. Maybe I can pull it up. Oh, really? No way. He's 1 of 44. You're probably the one that sold me that stuff. That's crazy. Yes, back in Tiger Valley. SA, are you from South Africa as well? It wasn't a KO Pro, like it wasn't any of the recognizable brands. It wasn't Spectrum. It wasn't like, it was some unknown brand. Like, it was like a weirdie, like just something that, like, it was a good radio, don't get me wrong. I mean, it still had the antenna that you used to pull out the top. I believe it still worked on crystals, so it wasn't 2.4 gigahertz. Yes, it was next to McDonald's, dude. Yes, right next to McDonald's, yes. That very first McDonald's that I went to as well. Back in the day, for those of you that are watching here in the USA, South Africa got a little bit Americanized after the boycott, the international boycott that we had, and a McDonald's opened up, and that was like a spectacle for us. Like, we'd seen it on TV, like, wow, what is this burger joint about? And people lined up around the block to buy McDonald's burgers and to sit in their diner. And I still remember thinking, like, this is it? Like, this is what people are so excited about? Like, I walked in and I sat on that table, that metal chair, right? And I was like, this is it. I mean, I love the hamburger, don't get me wrong. I remember I got a junior cheeseburger and a hamburger, and they were like R1, or like, you know, R1 for 2 or something like that. It was crazy. So the Tiger Valley that we're referring to, since you're up in Michigan, is in Cape Town, in South Africa. So if that's the same one you're talking about, yeah, it's a nice area, yes. Yes, it was the ACOMS, dude. It was the ACOMS. That's it. Yes, Numbskull FPV. Well done. Yes. Yes, that's what it was. It was the ACOMS radio. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I had a Midnight Pumpkin. It was like a cream color, and we put a bunch of chrome decals on it. And then I had a King Blackfoot, but it's different to the one that they remade now. The King Blackfoot that they remake now is called the Frog King Blackfoot. That one has the laid down suspension in the rear. Mine had the upright suspension on all 4 uprights, which was great, looked great, did perform great, but it was what broke on the car. It was what was weak on the car. And that also is what causes me still to have that car today. Because it broke, I put it up on the shelf and it is still there, you know, several decades later. My mom and dad still have it. Yes, Bakarama, yes, I remember that. Yes. Numbskull, good on you, dude. Now I remember, yes, I can find a picture of this radio here. ACOMS, RC radio. Yes, dude, that is it. That is it. That is it. Somebody's selling one on eBay. I just Googled ACOMS RC radio and it comes up. That's the one that I used to have. And then the one that sits next to it, the vintage ACOMS, that one that was it's actually half the price right now with a receiver. So it's funny that this one is now, you know, double the price of the pistol grip. But the pistol grip was like the one that you wanted, you know. Everyone wanted pistol grip. Like that was the newest cutting edge technology. But we didn't have the money to get something like that. And I was very, very, very lucky at the time that my dad would even get me a RC to begin with. And I remember like a big race in South Africa back in the day was 4 of us would show up and somebody would have built a wooden RC ramp, like a BMX ramp, right? And there would be a lady, somebody's mother most likely, that would sit on the other side of that ramp, and you weren't allowed to run the same color body. We had one dude ran black, one dude ran red, one guy yellow, and one guy white. And if somebody had the same color body as somebody else, they had to put tape, like bright red tape or bright yellow tape or bright something tape on the top of their bodies, just so that that person that was counting the laps could accurately count the number of laps. So it was like black car 1 lap, red car 1 lap. You know, they would mark you as you came over the jumps, and nobody was looking to see if you went through the rest of the track. And it was just a basic oval. Like there were two cones out there. But back in the day, like in the early, wow, that must have been early 90s, 1992 through 1995. Like those were like big racing heydays for me. Like if 4 or 5 people showed up and we had somebody to do lap counting. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Black labels would be good. I'm actually surprised that nobody started importing black label beer into America yet. It is a really good beer. People do like it. Anyone that goes to South Africa enjoy that as well. So yeah, we're going into Afrikaans in the chat here. Wow, we're going deep, boys. Yeah, Techni Plus was the other one. Techni Plus was the more expensive one though, Numbskull. Yeah, so ACOMS was the one that I had. That's so cool, 1 of 44, that you used to work at that shop. I love that shop, man, that speed model shop. They ended up opening a shop in Century City as well later on. But I went to go check it out, and I went to go see if they had some stuff. It was a very small shop, and I remember going in for the first time, and the guy wasn't like you guys were over in Tiger Valley. He wasn't friendly. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He basically just told us, you know, pound sand and go away. So, yeah. That was my my beginning of my hiatus from RC, which probably began in about 2001. And as you know, in South Africa, you know, at the time, not very many places to run, especially if you were a younger man that didn't have a way to travel around and get yourself to these races, no car or anything, right? So at about 2001, when I did finally have the means to travel, I didn't have the means or the money to buy these products, and I sort of took a break from it until I started working for A-Main Hobbies in 2016. So about a 15-year break. I'm not sure who used to own them, but Speed Models was, their logo was a blue, red and white stripe, or maybe it was blue, red, and yellow. I can't remember exactly. Let me try and look it up over here. Speed models in, I'm pretty sure they're still in Century City. Yeah, speedmodels.co.za. They are still open. Where's their logo? Oh, their logo is not even on their page. Interesting. Oh, there we go. No, they changed their logo. Their logo is yellow and blue now. It would have been a blast from the past to see that. But anyway, still fun to talk about it, and I'm amazed not only to meet people that actually know what I'm talking about, but also are able to recall some of the models and some of the brands that we ran. Here we go into another heat here. It looks like we have about another hour and 15 minutes left, I believe. We'll be here until 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Speaking of which, it must be like middle of the morning for you, 1 of 44. That's cool, Jonathan. Which retail outlet did you own? Was it an RC outlet? Yeah, X-Tech. Here we go. Owned in SA. Okay. Yeah, down in Georgetown. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Bakarama. Let me tell you, Afrikaans is a very, very, very simple and easy language to learn, but it's also not very useful, unfortunately, unless you know somebody from South Africa. And the words that we will teach you are not ones that you should say to Afrikaners anyway. So likely that most Afrikaners will speak English, and thus we will stick to English on the feed, in the chat, as well as here on the broadcast. Ah, cool, X-Tech. Okay, yeah. It looks like the pit spots are starting to clear out, like a lot of the independent races are starting to go home, I guess trying to take themselves a break so they can come back tomorrow. Of course, the track conditions now are probably very similar to what they're going to be tomorrow. If I had a chance, if I was still here, I would probably still be running as much as what I can. As we see one of the cars losing a front left wheel, just taking a break there. Looks like one of the four-wheel drives, some kind of four-wheel drive. Totally white body with a practice body on there. I know, right? I would probably stay here as long as I could. I had intended to bring my equipment, but unforeseen circumstances meant that I was only able to bring some promotional shirts and things with, so I could give them away to some of the races here. So luckily for you guys, I will be on the broadcast 80 to 90% of the time, rather than 60 to 70% of the time with some racing as well. I will be here with you guys. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DVR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod, Live Media, Boom Graphics, and ProLine. Here at the RC HobbyPlex in Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana. I believe we have about 420 entries at this moment, and still more coming. Looks like some more are going to join us tomorrow. A lot of the independent races not able to take a Thursday and Friday off, but maybe we'll take a Friday. Some will join us late because they will not get time for practice for seeding. Tomorrow will be practice for seeding, as well as some of the heats. Saturday will be some heats and some mains, and Sunday will be mains and completion. here at the 2024 Clash of Champions here in New Albany, Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. Oh my word, SA bro. Sorry about that, guys. SA's got me laughing here about the stuff that he's doing with the Tamiya frog and his mom's toys. Oh man. I remember the Tamiya frog, the Kyosho, I think it was the Kyosho Sand Blaster. What was that other? There was another buggy. Maybe it was the Kyosho Ultima. Those are all very famous buggies. I remember I wanted a buggy so bad, but my dad had bought me a monster truck because, you know, the gentleman in the shop had been like, these are the most popular ones, these are the ones that we have the most parts for, and I had a ton of fun with that thing, don't get me wrong. Might even have been you, one of 44, you might have even sold it to me. That King Blackfoot, man, I remember having so much fun with that two-wheel drive monster truck, but then when it came to racing, the buggy was superior. And as soon as somebody that had a buggy, because we had a run what you brung rules, right? Like we literally, like, another RC was another RC. Like we were just happy to have another racer. But when we did get a racer that had a buggy, he would just destroy all of us, not only in terms of acceleration, because he was so much smaller and smaller wheels than all of us with the same motor and the same power and battery, but he was still so much lighter as well. And those things would just jump so much better. So that was extremely fun, and we had a really, really, really good time until a couple of dudes with buggies all started coming out, and that was what really forced me. That and the breakage of my King Blackfoot, where I wasn't able to get parts. I still remember going down to Speed Models and asking, like, hey, how much is this part? When they told me, I was like, oh my god, like, that thing sat on my shelf, I think, for probably about 3 or 4 years. I must have broken it in 1995, and I probably only found like some aftermarket part from some random ready-to-run rubbish RC that I got at Clicks, and I stripped the shock off of the rear of it because it was about the same size, and I fitted the shocks to that, and I put extra springs on, just made that car work again. And eventually it broke, like I said, in 2001, and those guys with the buggies started coming out and just destroying the rest of us, and it just wasn't fair anymore. It wasn't fun when you're just getting shredded by a buggy, so it took a little bit of a break. Yeah, I think Bakarama, I think when it comes to the consistency of the track here today, as well as we go through tomorrow, I think initially what you'll notice is early in the morning, as the facility is not filled up by a lot of people all breathing inside, which actually adds a lot of moisture into the air and actually gets into the track as well. Also adds a lot of heat, which allows the track to essentially soak it up, and the traction actually comes up as you go throughout the day. But the beginning of the day, maybe because it's a little bit colder and there's a lot less moisture in the air, they will have watered the track, which will also contribute to a slight slickness that you'll see probably for the first like half an hour of being out on the track. But the more buggies we get run and the more people that we have here, and tomorrow being seeding day and heat day, we're going to have a lot of people here and a lot of buggies running, a lot of four-wheel drives running, a lot of stadium trucks, short course trucks all running. So I think we'll probably see a little bit of slickness for the first like half an hour, maybe the first 5 or 6 heats, and after that, really the grip is going to be probably identical to what we see now. The only thing that'll change is the track is going to rubber in more, and as it rubbers in more, there's going to be, just like you see on a asphalt racetrack, there's going to be in some places one massively beneficial racing line and maybe a little bit of slickness on the outside. And then on other parts of the track, we're going to be seeing, as I'm seeing here, as I'm looking out, there are certain parts of the track that are just single line rubbered in, like that back right-hand side, that S right there. If you go on the outside of those lines, it's not going to be beneficial to you. The same goes on the back left-hand side of the camera as you're looking at it right now, where that buggy's just flipped over, where he's being marshaled. The other parts of the track, you know, there are multiple lines. People are coming wide out of corners, or they're beginning their corner exit early and staying tight. So I think there's going to be quite a number of overtaking hotspots, and those areas where the rubber has been put in a wider line is going to lend itself to that. I think in corner number 1 will be a big area for overtakes. Corner number 2, going over that little hump right there. As we go through number 3 and 4 and 5 is going to be very tight. Number 6, maybe a spot as we go up onto that back tabletop. Then as we go through number 7 and 8, which is going to be that back S on the right-hand side, and 9. Going into 9, possibly we'll see some moves, but definitely into 10, 11, and 12, which is that big S where the 2 buggies are coming through right now. And as they go over the double and onto the start-finish straight away. The start-finish straight away, we'll probably see some drag race overtakes, or we will see some positioning for corner 1 again, and then it all starts over again. But I'm telling you, in the back, as we go through corner number 6 and 7, or corners number 3 and 4, there is really only one line. Getting off of that line will not reward you. Yes, the Hornets. That was the one that I was thinking of. The Hornets, yes. And the Kyosho Scorcher, yes. The Kyosho Scorcher was very expensive. The Hornet was the one that everyone was bringing out. And some people had the Frog, but the Frog wasn't as competitive as the Hornet. The Hornet was a lot of fun. Bakarama. Yeah, remember, dude, for us in South Africa, this technology hasn't been there like through the 80s, like you guys had it. So that was like when RC really started in South Africa and really started not only taking off, but also just being accessible to the general public. Like the shop that we're referring to called Speed Models, where one of 44 used to work, that was one and only shop in Cape Town that had anything like that. No one else had anything like that in Cape Town anywhere. If there was, I wasn't aware of it, and there wasn't really internet back then, so it wasn't easy to find that stuff. There were no online shops, there was no support, there was nothing. So back in 95, yes, I was like 13, 14 years old. That was... there we go. We're starting to get our different camera feeds up now. So you guys will start seeing, as of tomorrow, we're going to get those camera feeds up where we're starting to get all of the wiring up. Matt is up here right now looking at all the different feeds and making sure everything's working. So we are starting to get that up. We've got a replay camera. We've got the fisheye lens. We've got the close-up camera, which is on myself. We've got a standalone wireless camera as well, which will be used for broadcast as well as replays. So excited. Kyosho Turbo Optima, yes, that was a very fun one, Numbskull. It sounds like you and I had a lot of the same experience there. What kind of track layer is that? What compound? It is clay. We're running on clay here. For those of you that have come a little bit later to the broadcast, let's have a chat about that again. This is clay that has been imported here into a warehouse facility, and a lot of Elmer's glue has been mixed into it. That's what the track director and the track designer, Eddie Henley, uses. He goes ahead and he mixes in Elmer's glue. For a number of races, not this particular one, but for a number of races, we've had almost maybe an 1/8 of an inch thickness of hard sheen on the top of this clay, which was literally sealed in glue. And as he's done that so many times, and as the rubbers run down from being stripped by the Elmer's glue, and as it's been taken into the soil, and he's retilled the soil and redesigned parts of the track and repounded it and rebuilt it, now the glue and the rubber is just part of the clay. So this is clay. It is exceptionally hard clay, but it is also impregnated with a lot of rubber and with a lot of Elmer's glue. So for those of you that are looking and asking, it is clay. It looks like asphalt. It's hard. It's not quite as hard as asphalt, but we're getting a lot more grip than what you may realize here. This grip is akin to like walking on a drag strip. It will pull the shoes off of your feet. Like literally, that is how much grip there is there. So with that being said, very, very, very grippy. Whilst at the same time, having a little bit more give than what a carpet track does. For example, where if you roll over, you're probably going to break a shock tower. You know, you're going to probably hit the carpet and the concrete. This is still a little bit softer than that, but it's giving you more grip than what a carpet track does, even with pin tires. It's really, really, really an exceptionally grippy surface. So let's have a look over here. Yes, it does look like clay. Yes, Mr. Cullen Luna, that's because it is clay. And let's have a look over here. 10 minutes until lights on for 4:44. Good stuff, bro. Make sure you charge your phone. Are people running ball diffs or gear? I believe most people are running ball diffs. I've seen many of the pros in the back. I've been watching them preparing their cars as well as their tires and scrubbing in tires and just watching how they do that. I've been watching all of them break in their ball diffs. So I know the defending champion Dakota Fenn certainly was. I know Spencer Rivkin is running a ball diff here. I do speak under correction because the new B7 car has just come out. I'm not sure if it comes out with a gear option or with a ball diff option. So I have to check for you on that. But I believe most of them on dirt are going to be running here with ball diffs. And that's also a very interesting question, X-Tech 101. I believe you could run either. So, of course, clay is considered dirt. So most people would say you want to run a dirt car. But I'm going to tell you now that the traction that we're seeing from this surface is akin and even higher so than what you may see on asphalt or carpet. So I believe that if you ran a carpet setup, you know, those cars, chassis are set up with different lengths in order to give you better turning radiuses. The cars are also set up with different steering acromens and geometry in order to allow more aggressive steering. I believe that that would be a benefit on this track and that many people may be running carpet setups. Personally, myself, on this particular track, I did run a ball diff last time, but if I was looking for reliability, I might sacrifice a little bit of performance and go with a gear diff as well. Yes, Jonathan, a lot of the drivers are going to be using what is called a dirt spec car, but I'm going to tell you many of the options that I've seen for the cars, many of the options are going to be similar to the carpet cars. They've called all stop for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. Something has happened. Not 100% sure what's going on right now, but we will see as Mr. Lance McDonald, the race director, is making his way to grab a buggy from the back. Huh. Not sure what that was about, guys. Yes, exactly, Jason. That's exactly what I'm seeing. Like the guys are saying here, yeah, like everyone is trying to answer like the definitive answer, like, yeah, people are running ball diffs. Not everyone is running ball diffs. I have seen a fair number of people come up and buy diff oil from the hobby shop. I know a lot of people are running gear differentials. Are people running carpet or dirt cars? Well, they're running maybe dirt chassis, but maybe more with a carpet setup. Maybe they are even using some of the different A-arms and different C caster blocks in the front to give themselves more traction and more steering and so on. So with that being said, on this particular surface, it's very difficult to say. Let's just hear what's going on. Hang on. quite catch what was going on there, guys. So sorry, I'm not able to give you an update right there. But something's going on in terms of they weren't happy with something that was happening. So yeah. It was a warning to the drivers, essentially. Yes, somebody did something that they weren't supposed to do. I don't know if they left their car on the track or if I don't know what happened exactly. I couldn't hear very well. There are speakers on the driver's stand that allow the drivers to hear the race announcer for the live event here a little bit better than what I can hear him. Unfortunately, all I can hear is a lot of echoing and words, but not coherent for me. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear that very well to give you guys an update. I'm sorry. Yes, Bakarama, you were in the RC Mecca then. You were very lucky to be where you were when you were growing up in terms of access and exposure to radio control. California, Sonoma, Southern California, you know, it still is an RC Mecca. So with that being said, very lucky to have grown up there. We didn't have the same access, number one, and the technology that reached us was slower to reach us, number two. And number three, it was extremely expensive when it did reach us. You know, there was only a select few, I wouldn't say elite, but, you know, like upper middle class and upper class that were able to get access to radio controlled toys. Like, people didn't just have access to it. It wasn't just something that kids did. Like, in today's day and age, I'm not saying that RC is cheap, and I'm not saying that it's accessible to absolutely every single person. But what I am saying is that you can walk into a hobby shop and for $100, $150, you can get a small, although be it not a race level RC, you can get a small RTR with a transmitter and a battery and a USB charger, and you're good to go. There was nothing like that when I was a kid. It just wasn't available. The pricing just wasn't the same. So growing up in California, you guys had much more access to that kind of stuff. That must have been really, really, really cool. Yes. Wow, you're running a slipper eliminator. Are you here, Jason Kessinger? Are you actually at this race? You're running a carpet setup with a slipper eliminator. I reluctantly ran a slipper eliminator at the end of INS 12 the last time I was here racing, and it made the car very, very, very jumpy. I normally do like to, especially in stock class, I run 17.5 independent. I normally do like to try to squeeze as much performance out of the car and chassis as possible, obviously eliminating as much rotational mass as possible. But the slipper eliminator, for me, not only was it extremely hardy on the gearbox, and I was worried about its durability, but the car was jumpy, and the front end became light when on throttle. So it was very, very, very difficult for me to, it was very difficult for me to handle later parts. Alrighty, we're starting to get some kits over here to give away. We're going to have some waffles going on. That's going to be happening tomorrow and the next days and carrying on through Saturday and Sunday. We've got a RC10 B7 4.2 team kit. That's $529 retail value, baby. Oh, we've got a Yokomo DTM 3. That's a lovely car as well. This was actually the car that I ran the last time I was here. And then we also have the Team Associated Nano Sports. These things are incredibly fun if you haven't seen them. Oh yes, and we will have a B7 kit that will come from amainhobbies.com for all your RC needs. Ah, cool, Jason. Come up to say hi sometime when you get back. That's cool. If you happen to feel it within your heart to whatever you're getting for food, bring me a soda, please, bro. I can't get the soda machines to work, man. I've been trying to buy a soda. I'm so thirsty I could like lick the moisture off the walls here. The announcement was for people continuing to drive around on some of the track, and somebody got hurt. Yes, okay. Someone is still ripping and gripping at the track, and they get hit. Yes, everyone always wants to get that one extra lap, I guess. Thank you very much, Bakarama, for clearing that up. I don't know if you're actually here or if you can hear it or if somebody else filled you in on that, but that seems to be what the local race director was making the announcement about. He was just saying, you know, when your time is up, your time is up. Please park your car at the end of the straightaway and come out and marshal. It looks like somebody unfortunately had been out on the track as they do after each one of the heats blowing the track and had probably taken a buggy to the ankle. I believe that was the car that Lance then went to go and pick up, which was in corner number 11 or 12, as you see Dunbar run across that particular part of the track right now. So you'll see him marshalling a car over there now. There he goes. Yeah, it's always, you know, as a racer, you want to leave before the turn and you want to finish after the turn. You know, you want to get the maximum amount of wheel time that you can. That's an advantage against other races. You know, you have more experience. You want to get your tires broken in. Maybe you crashed. Maybe you felt like you need to make up some time. You know, especially as independent racers. You know, we can be guilty of trying to squeeze as much time out. As here goes the clock. The clock is over now. And let's see if anyone goes over the line and continues. Some of those that are on their laps are still completing, and even one of the cars that was going into corner number 3 actually turned around and came back. There is still a car trying to finish now, and as you see, he's having to weave by the marshals. And I guess that's what Lance McDonald was referring to there. Yeah, it's not Matt's fault that I forget to eat or I forget to drink. That's my own fault. I get so enthralled and passionate about what we're doing here, and I enjoy so much not only seeing the racing but getting to tell you guys about it. And you know, like I said, I'm a long-time Formula One fan. I've watched Formula One since I was 5 years old. You know, since about 1988, I've been watching Formula One. I watched Ayrton Senna. I've heard Murray Walker, you know, rest in peace, Mr. Murray Walker. You know, great commentators. You know, all of the guys that we watched today, like Martin Brundle. You know, I watched him race. You know, I watched those races, the older races. So to be the commentator and to be part of this race for you guys and to be in that position for you is an honor. And I'm very passionate and happy to be fortunate to be in the position to be here today commentating for you guys. So I forget to eat. It's not that Matt didn't feed me or I didn't get a break. I can take a break. I can go down there. But then the vending machine only takes quarters. I don't have any quarters. That's for the drinks. But they did give me food earlier, so I'm just fine. Don't worry about me, guys. Thanks, 1 of 44. So it's funny that you as a South African will say that you enjoy the accent, but that's one of the reasons why I'm here, is that many of the American viewers will have made comments in the past to Mod Live Media when I came on as a cameo saying, hey, who's that guy? It sounds like I really enjoy it. It sounds really interesting. So right now, of course, I'm in a very relaxed mood, and also we're not really following any actual racing around. Like, there isn't anything actually for me to commentate on. We're just, you know, we're just talking, we're just chatting. But I'm sure you'll see the excitement come out tomorrow as we start going into the heats. We start seeing some real fights for positions, some times coming up on the board, some that will be more consequential than these. as we move into seeding and heats, and it will become much more exciting. Yeah, no, drying crew, there are some within walking distance, but remember, in order for me to walk down to the gas station, which is in walking distance, as is McDonald's, and there's the Domino's across the road as well, that means you will be without a commentator, and you have just the fisheye lens and a very, very, very dry, very boring feed for what would probably be about 20 to 30, maybe even, 35 minutes just to get out there and just get a drink it and get back. So I don't have a car here, so I'll get some stuff today as I go down to, as I go back to the Airbnb. I'll make sure that I go and buy myself some sodas and things. I just didn't get a chance today, so I will do tomorrow. And as we leave tonight, I'll have some stuff tomorrow, so I'll be a little bit better off. Yes, a Gatsby. Yes, that will be very good. For those of you that know South African food, you'll know that a Gatsby is it's a baguette that's cut open with French fries inside, and then you have your choice of meat. It's either chicken or bologna. Yes, you heard me right, bologna, or beef, or anything else really that you can put on there. They put some lettuce, they put some tomato, and then you close that up, and they'll put it on like a foot and a half baguette. And this thing, we cut it into either 4s or 8s, and it's made to feed a family. And yeah, that's a Gatsby. I don't know, Big Buckarama. I don't know if they have a discount code for races. If they do, maybe I'll go get myself a pizza tomorrow. McDonald's isn't my favorite, but it's within walking distance, and they at least have a couple of choices, like a hamburger or a chicken burger. So I've been going there. Probably not the best for what I want to do in terms of, food and diet and that kind of stuff, but hey, it's better than not eating anything. So yeah, I've been getting some McDonald's. Thank you, Mr. Rory. I appreciate that. Yeah, tomorrow will be more exciting. See, as an official sponsor of Mod Live Media, if your request, Matt gets you Dr. Pep, he should get you one. Yes, maybe. I'll go and buy some waters and some stuff tomorrow, and I'll make sure I have some snacks, and I'll probably buy some oats or something. I know they've got a stove in the back here, so that I can have a break and go make some oats or something. And when it's really cold, some oats is always good. I don't know. That's cool, Buckarama. I didn't know that you were one of the racers here as well. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Yes, now, the footlong that we have here, like when you're talking about a footlong X-Tech 101, that'll be like a Subway footlong. And like the footlong is going to be a foot long and like maybe like 3 inches, 2 inches wide. This Gatsby that myself and 141 are talking about, excuse me, not one, yeah, 144, excuse me. That thing is like 4 inches wide, dude, or 5 inches wide. It's like a foot and a half long loaf of bread. It's massive. Let me see here. Maybe if I Google it, it'll come up. Type in South African Gatsby. And then yeah, Gatsby sandwich. And then click on images. Yeah, there it is. That's still a small one though. I think the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th one that comes up. That one is the one. And that thing is about as long as my arm. There we go. There's actually a picture of 2 dudes holding it. If you Google South African Gatsby on Google and you click images, you'll see there's 2 guys holding it. And those 2 are big gentlemen right there. They're sitting there and they're holding that thing. Like that's to feed a family. Yes. The one with bologna. Yes, bro, I told you. Bologna, bro. Like, you cannot believe that people actually eat bologna, bro. But, yes, you get it in fast food shops in South Africa. You do. Another very inexpensive food that we eat is just a chip roll. So you literally get like a hot dog roll. You cut it in half. And you put potato chips. No, sorry, not potato chips. Well, we do potato chips as well. Like you get like a bag of Lay's and like crush it up and put it inside there, right? Like that's what you do if you can't even afford like a chip roll. A chip roll's got French fries inside of it, and you just put some ketchup on it, and you're good to go. But our fries are a little bit different. They're not quite as crispy as yours. Like ours are a lot more like out of real potato. They're not really out of like mashed potato made into a shape. It's more like out of a real potato. And we call them slap chips, which basically means limp chips. And yeah, they're filling, and it's like the poor man's industrial sandwich. Like a lot of people eat that. Yes, I used to eat that Gatsby by myself, one of them when I was younger, but now I think one of the reasons why I have digestive issues is because I did shit like that. Excuse me there for saying that. Yeah, it's about the size of 2 footballs. I'm friends with Lefty, no name. Lefty's a good guy too. I think he's down at Beast of the East Triple Crown now. He's down at World of RC Racing in Lacoma in North Carolina. That was the race that I attended last year this time. I was going to go to this one again, but I got recruited to come here instead. So very proud to be here with you guys as your announcer. That's funny. He thought you were from South Africa and you're from Wisconsin. I do believe he's actually told me that story before, that because when he heard I was South African, he was like, oh, there was this guy that I knew. And he's actually from Wisconsin for the longest time. I thought he was from South Africa. I've chatted to Lefty a couple of times. One of 44 when I was younger, I wished I could afford 2 Gatsbys in a day, bro. I could maybe, if I was being a pig, I could eat a Gatsby on a Saturday, and like that was like I'd eat it in the middle of the day, and that would be my lunch, breakfast, and dinner. Not because I couldn't eat anymore, but because I didn't have any money to eat anymore. So I would have chip rolls. Most of the time I would have chip rolls. Because the chip rolls are cheap. They were like R1.50. They were like super, super, super cheap. So yeah, with that being said, I was more of a chip roll eater. Much cheaper. Yeah, R5 for a Gatsby. Yeah, I remember, dude. I remember. What can R5 buy you these days? Like, it could buy you a Chappie. A Chappie is one of those single candies that you buy as like a chewing gum, like a single tiny little candy. You used to open it up and it has like facts on the inside. Yeah. I think we've got about 40 minutes left here today, guys. I think we've got about 40 minutes left here. I do speak under correction. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors: Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom RC, and Roline. We are live from the RC HobbyPlex here in Indiana, in New Albany, USA. You are here with the announcer Shane Mouton from A Main Hobbies, www.amainhobbies.com. All your RC needs. Yes. Hit the thumbs up for awesome RC car action and our hosts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Murillo Family Fishing. I appreciate that. Yes, we do need some food in the kitchen. Thank you, Jason. Yes, I agree. Mod does a very, very, very good job at broadcasting. I very much enjoy their media style. I'm also very happy to be a part of the broadcast this weekend. I personally don't work for Mod Media. I'm just doing a cameo here for this race. How I come into this is I work for A-Main Hobbies as A-Main Distributing's account manager, and Hoosier RC is one of the shops that I supply. So being that I've built a relationship with a shop and that I've been here before for one of the races and I helped Mod Media to broadcast, they wanted me to come down for this one, and A-Main was happy to send me, so here I am. Thank you very much to A-Main Hobbies for sending me out and allowing me the opportunity to be here and announce with all of you guys and have such a good time. Yes, I've spent time in all of the suburbs in Cape Town. In fact, I went to Varsity College in Rondebosch, so that was my stomping grounds. I spent a lot of time in Newlands, spent a lot of time in Rondebosch. I'm replying here to one of 44, if anyone's wondering. And yeah, that was where I basically spent my 18 through 25 years old, maybe, until I joined cruise ships, and then spent all the time on cruise ships going in and out of the USA and all over the world between 25 and the age of 32, at which point I moved to California in Paradise. And about 5 years later, after working for A-Main Hobbies, I had the opportunity to move out to the East Coast, here to our North Carolina branch, where I became essentially, I now work remote, but I live in North Carolina near our Charlotte warehouse. Doodle's family box. Doodle's in Cape Town in Tableview, which is where I grew up and where I'm from and where I lived most of my life. That's still a great place. But I will tell you, nothing good ever happens at Doodle's. Yes, I agree with you. We've been talking a lot, Jason, about the quality of the racetrack, the quality of the facility, the size of the facility, what it looks like, how well the racetrack is built, the race program, the setup here, the lighting. I mean, if you look around, there are like 100 LED lights all over this place, lighting it up. There's great ventilation inside here. There's heating inside here. The PowerPoints, as well as cameras and banners and everything that are up in here. The pit spots that we have here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. This is by and far one of the best facilities I've seen for RC in the world. I've seen many others that are of similar stature, and I've been lucky to visit some of those. But I will tell you that this in itself, for its size, for its dirt, for its layout, and for its facility, is somewhat unique. In fact, one of the only places that I would say is akin and similar to it, but is no longer open, was like OCRC. And maybe the only thing that they had in terms of this facility doesn't have is maybe misters. So they had an automatic misting system, which would obviously put a certain amount of moisture into the clay at any given time, and that was obviously extremely prime, especially being in California, in a place that's so dry and the air is so dry. It's very different to here. But this is a absolutely premier world-class facility. Their customer service is excellent, you are right. Eddie and Angie, the owners and operators of the store themselves, they are RCers. Their son Talon, as well as their other three sons, are all involved with the hobby. They're all down here racing. They all love the sport, and this facility is a business. It is here to make a profit, but it is built on passion, love, and understanding of the hobby. And that is, in my opinion, one of the best ways that you can set a business like this up for success. And Eddie loves it, Angie loves it, Talon loves it, his brothers all love it. It's just great to see. The camaraderie here is amazing. The people here are a tight-knit group. They're not very cliquey, they're very welcoming. Everyone's very, very, very friendly in terms of helping one another with setup, lending each other tools. If you don't have the right tires, somebody might help you out if they have a spare set. It's really a very special place for RC. The original was behind Ottery in the drive-in. Yeah, I remember Ottery. I used to go hike out in Ottery and Takai. That's a very nice place. It is very humid in here, I will say. I think that's the one thing that you hear me coughing quite a lot, and I think that is because of the amount of moisture in the air. I will say the ventilation in here is good, but I feel like a lot of it, especially with the respiration that we have, you know, there's 200 and something people inside of a very big building. They do keep the front door open and they keep the fan blowing out, so the air is constantly being exchanged. But yeah, with that being said, I will say the degree of humidity internal of this building is substantial. The smell that you may have on like a cold morning when you walk in here before anyone has arrived is akin to that of a cave. If you've ever visited a cave complex or anything like that, where you know, you might see stalactites or stalagmites or any natural formations like that, it has that kind of it has that smell, a little bit of that smell, and that's obviously going to come from the moisture that's coming out of the clay, as well as the amount of respiration that we have, as well as the water that they're putting into the clay as well, right? So, yes. Are they burning sauce into the tires? Yes, they are. They absolutely are, yes. Although the sauce that they're using is an SXT, some people are using PB Blaster and some people are using other things, but most of the sauces that they're using here are not very chemical or abrasive like we see with some of the other tracks that I go to. Some of them, when you come in, like, you can just, it's very chemical. Like, it's very extremely harsh on the lungs to breathe. This, with the SXT compound, it isn't so bad. They are certainly burning the tires in, and we are using drills as well as sanders to sand the tires down. And we are using SXT or SXT Baja compound. So yes, there is a fair amount of that. But I think the moisture and what we're seeing, I think the problem that we're having is less based on. When I say the problem that we're having, it's not a problem, but the experience that I'm having, where I'm coughing, where I'm struggling to cough, like struggling to breathe a little bit, my throat is becoming a little bit irritated, is just because I'm not used to the high moisture content, despite living in a state that is a high humidity state. Yes, that is true, absolutely true. Just to keep your tires clean and just to, yeah, the grip here is so high, and we use the sauce almost to clean our tires. And actually what I was doing when I was racing here to get my car set up, I was going ahead and I was basically saucing the front, saucing the rear, immediately wiping it in order to get all the dirt off of it. And then on the front side, I was only saucing the inside of my tire, because otherwise I was traction rolling. The traction here is so extreme. If you watch that buggy, the white buggy that's coming around the back right now, let's follow him around, because he's a mod buggy, and here he comes. He's going to come onto the start-finish straight away in just a second. He's the back of those three cars, and she's going to like wheelie as he comes onto the straightaway. He's on three wheels as he goes through corner one, and most of the corners where you're turning more than 90 degrees. So looking out for a traction roll on this next corner here. No, he made it that time, but the traction is extremely high on this track. I cannot begin to describe what it's like. The only thing that I can say that's close to it is like, it's like walking on a drag strip. That's what it feels like. Like the surface is so sticky, it begins to pull the shoes off of your feet. So yeah, with that being said, clay, but higher grip than what you will see from a carpet track, even with pin tires. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick little break here, guys. I'm going to go look for a water or something. I'm hoping to find some kind of a drink, and hopefully I will be back. I think we have about 30 minutes to go. I'm also going to go and get an update to make sure that that is correct. So when I get back, I will have that detail for you. Alright, I am back. I did not find a drink, but I did find out for you that we do have about 23 minutes left of practice. So 23 more minutes of this broadcast, and then we will be looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be our seeding and some seeding practice as well as some heats. And then Friday will be some heats. And as we move into Saturday, will be some heats and some mains, and Sunday will be all mains. So let's go ahead and enjoy this next 20 minutes of practice whilst we have it. Jason, that's a good comparison to what it feels like out here, like a bar floor at the end of the night. Yeah, like sticky. Yes, sticky and hard, still with a little bit of give like clay has, but yes, sticky like a bar floor. Yeah, wow, I can only imagine right now. What is the time in South Africa right now? Let's see, 1:44. Has been watching with us all this time, and right now it's 2:39 a.m. Oh my word. I would be going to bed and watching this tomorrow is what I would be doing. Especially if load shedding came and hit me. Alrighty. Clash of Champions 2024. We are live from Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors: Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K Mod Media, Boom Racing Graphics, and ProLife. Yeah, numbskull, that must be due to your daylight savings times that you're a little bit different to the South African time. Then normally you guys are within 1 hour or even the same time as South Africa sometimes. So, yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Exact is. I think he's in UK as well. I think so. 140 for him. Numbskull, where in the UK are you? Oh, he's in Sweden. Okay, Sweden. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you guys are on daylight savings times now, and I think we change that sometime in March and it'll be closer to the South African time. South Africa doesn't get that. We're only at 33 degrees south, so they don't do daylight savings time in South Africa. I think we did it one stage in the 70s, 60s, I'm not sure, but not anymore. Sweden, yes. Sweden has some nice Astro tracks. You're right, yes. You were mentioning earlier that you race on Astro. We used to have Astro down at Silver Dollar at A-Main's racetrack. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Astro is very similar to that feeling of loose dirt, but more consistent. So I enjoyed that very much. We ran ours outdoor though. You probably do as well. And we actually ran 8 scales on it too. It was quite fun. So a lot of grip for the 8 scales on the Astro too. Was a lot of fun. We can barely save money, let alone daylight. Yes, that is true, my brother. Or as we start wrapping up here in the last 20 minutes, probably the last 18 minutes now of broadcast, they were telling me that the, oh no, somebody lost his body. Oh no. Marshall, get the body. Oh, he's just going to run without it, I guess. Okay. They're telling him to stop. Oh, shame. He's not going to get another round. I feel sorry for him now. Body's lying on the side there. Lost his body. Having to come down off the driver's stand. That's a bummer. Yes, X-Tech 101. We here in the USA also are clocks back 1 hour, and then I think on March 10th, I think is sometime just before Ramadan. I think we go 1 hour forward again. So I don't quite see the benefit to it myself. I don't feel like, even here in the USA where I'm at now in North Carolina, I don't feel like it is beneficial at all. Yes, it doesn't really matter what I think at the end of the day. It's whether or not it's beneficial to the farmers. So I have actually got many friends that are farmers here in the USA, and I asked them, does it benefit them or detriment them? They said neither. It doesn't matter anymore, because back in the day, the big difference was that we didn't have machines, which they do have now, which make harvest times and their ability to do what they need to do so much more efficient and rapid. So why we still have daylight savings is beyond me, but it is what it is. I know when I was up in Norway and Sweden and Denmark, it certainly made a difference in terms of the number of daylight hours that we would get. So I can see how it's valuable in some parts of the world, but yes. I agree. It is just confusing. It is just confusing. And it does give you that one day where you're like, why do I feel like I slept really well? Well, because you slept an extra hour, and then there'll be another day where you slept really well, and you're like, why am I so tired in the morning? And, well, that's because you had an hour less sleep. And it never seems to happen on a day that you expect it to happen. It's always on like a Saturday that they do it, right, when they change the time. Here we're going to change on March 10th, I think. So let me see. I think that's a Saturday. Yep, it's a Sunday. So yeah, just before the Monday, we get 1 hour less sleep. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah. Like I said, 1 of 44. It's basically there's 2 days in the year where you're very confused. One day where maybe you didn't feel like you slept very much, but you wake up feeling refreshed and you've had an extra hour of sleep, and one day where you wake up and you feel like you slept well and you didn't because you had an hour less sleep. And yeah. Anyway, it is what it is, and I'm not going to be able to change it or do anything about it, but what I can do is continue to commentate spectacularly on this race form. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, numbskull. Yeah, I think it's true. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think the powers that be like to make the ground under us move so as to keep the ground unstable. Thus have us focus on that rather than what they're doing. But anyway, we are definitely not going into politics on this particular feed. You may, if you wish, in the chat, but for us here, we will talk about racing, speed, and passion. Yeah, I used to be in California, and you would think that California also would not have that big buckarama, but we did, brother. So some states have it, some states don't. Maybe Arizona doesn't have daylight savings times, but like Oregon does, California does, Nevada does. It's like almost everywhere you go, they have it. So, like I said, it leads to 2 days of the year where you're confused. One where you are more rested than you should be, and the other where you're more tired than what you should be. And other than that, I don't see any more benefit to it. But yeah, daylight savings times, exciting stuff. Us in the African nations, if they changed the clock like that, people would be so confused. Everyone would come late to work that day. That happens to a lot of people too, right? So we have about 12 minutes left of practice here. Yes, I absolutely agree. I used to live in California, and they do have some of their own concerns. One of the reasons why I moved to North Carolina. I do enjoy it very much here in North Carolina in terms of the differences. But each have their ups and downs. you guys have winter and summer furniture. Interesting. Arizona is the only place that doesn't observe it. I didn't know that. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense anymore. So with that being said, that's maybe a little bit more common sense that they're exercising there. Who knows? Yes, down in South Africa, where 1 of 44 is now, they'll be seeing like probably about 17, maybe about 16 or 17 hours of daylight. Sun will go down close to midnight, and it'll come up probably close to 7 a.m., maybe even earlier, depending on where you are, how far north you go, and also what altitude you're at does affect that as well. Yes, it is like running on long shag, high grip carpet, and it gets into your bearings the same as what you'd expect from long shag carpet as well. Little strips of the nylon from the turf rip off, and they start wrapping around your axles, and you'll take your wheels off, and you'll be like, why do I have spaces in between my wheels and my bearings? And they're not spaces. What they are is they're the little pieces of nylon that have twirled themselves up in between your wheel and your bearing, and essentially through heat and friction been made into what looks like a spacer, and you pull it off and it's like a full-on, it looks like a washer. It looks like you put a washer in between your wheel and your axle or your hex, and you pull it off and throw it away. Really strange. Can get into the bearings too. 10 minutes remain, so probably this heat and one more, maybe two more after this. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us here today and for being in the chat, for keeping me busy. For those of you that helped me to remember what the ACOMS radio was, I think that was Numbskull there, and thank you for some of the memories from the past there, 1 of 44 for the Speed Models chats, and yeah, thank you to Big Buckarama as well, all the other guys that have been in the chat here today. Thanks for joining us. It's really good to have you guys. Jason Kessinger, we'll see you tomorrow. Chase, we'll see you tomorrow as well. Rory as well, Rory Holler, thank you very much for joining us. I think they're calling they're calling 2 more, yes, like I said, just 2 more. So this one and 2 more. So if you're in the line right now and you're at the back, you probably just want to go and leave and put your car back. Put your battery in storage charge, clean your tires, check all your screws, get ready for tomorrow. 8 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, we will begin. Eastern Standard Time as we are in New Albany here in Indiana at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex live at the Clash of Champions 2024. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors one last time. Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. 1 of 44. It is enjoyable to be here. I'm very proud to be a part of this, and I feel honored to be your announcer. I look forward to yourselves and many more joining us for tomorrow's broadcast as we move into what will be now the second last heats. That was our third last. We move now into the second last. Absolutely, X-Tech. Thanks for joining us from Sweden, guys. Thanks for joining us from wherever you are, in England, from the UK, from South Africa, here locally as well. Thank you very much all for tuning in. Tomorrow we will have a lot more excitement and a lot more to announce on and a lot more to broadcast towards. But as of today, just a little bit of entertainment and giving you some info on the track as it rubbers in. Let's have a look at that track right in front of me. As I said, I was keeping a little bit of an eye on it. It looks about the same as what I said earlier. We're seeing a larger amount of rubber come in now on about 90% of the track. There are small parts of the track just before or just after jumps or just outside of tight corners that have not got rubber. But about 80 to 90% of the track surface now is very blackened up, starting to get a rubber sheen and very, very, very sticky. So we're starting to see the grip conditions increase, and it will continue to do so tomorrow, bar the last 30 minutes, the first 30 minutes of what we might see tomorrow, which will probably be a little bit colder and also a little bit more moisture has settled into the track. And so those first maybe 3 or 4 practice sessions, maybe 5 practice sessions making up the first 20 to 30 minutes. We're going to have a little bit of slip, a little bit of slide on the surface as we always do. And then from there on in, it should be very, very, very consistent as we go into the seeding practice as well as heats for the day on Friday. No, it won't be a nightmare about a Gatsby. It'll probably be like a dream, like a phantasmic dream. Like I'll be like, wow, a Gatsby, and then I'll probably wake up because I don't have one. Probably unhealthy to eat the amount of food in the way that I did when I was younger. Probably why I had the digestive issues that I did going into my 40s. But you know, we live and we learn, brother. Yes, and Bakarama, I'm going to go now when I leave here. I'm going to go to like a supermarket or something, and I'm going to go and buy like a 24 pack of like whatever soda I can find, some oats or something. So not only will I have a snack if I forget to go and get food or I'm not able to get food for whatever reason, but I'll also have a bunch of drinks. Yeah, nightmare where you're eating a Gatsby and you can eat and eat and it never ends, yes. Oh, wow, you're under 70 kgs, eh? I was under 70 kgs for a long time. I couldn't pick up weight. Like my heaviest weight was 75 kgs, even when I was hitting the gym really hard when I was younger, up to like age of 22, 23. For those of you here in the US, that's about 160 pounds. And yeah, now I am an American citizen, and as such, I am heavier. The food we eat here, as well as the access to nutrition, as well as gyms that we have here, is substantially better than that I ever had in South Africa. So now I weigh anything between 200 and 240 pounds, depending on the time of year and season. Wow, 54 kilos. Do you know, a lot of the American soldiers through the 60s and the 70s were not able to make it through the medical requirements for the army because they were too light. They were too lightweight. And that was one of the focuses, became protein, nutrition, and high-calorie foods. And that was one of the big changes that was made into the American diet. 54 kilograms, you would not have been recruited into the army. In South Africa, yes. I was one of the first years where army was not mandatory, so I did not go to the army. But I was probably myself, when I was 18, I probably weighed about 50 kilos, which is probably about 110 pounds. Yeah, Bakarama, right? As an American, right? It's like the food that we have here, what we eat here, and the access to everything that we have, as well as the genes that we are made out of, is substantially different to that of the South African. So, yeah, we've got a lot bigger now, actually, and a lot of the South African populace now seems to be taller than ever before, and heavier than ever before, and stronger than ever before. And we have our own issues in terms of our diets and things very, very, very similar to that of the American diet. But with that being said, in the years, if you were born anywhere between 1940 and probably 1990, the South African was smaller than what they were now. There we go. Yes, Sweden, yeah. So I certainly have in me, I have a lot of, I have Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish genes that come out, which give me a lot of virus resistance and a lot of disease resistance. But it's that Viking blood. So I'm quite big. I'm 6'1", and like I said, I get up to about 240 pounds, about 120 kilos. So very useful for when I play rugby. I found myself a rugby team here in Charlotte. Bakarama, you should come up and say hi tomorrow and let me know that you are Bakarama. That will be nice to see you tomorrow. If you come around, that will be nice. So you will be here at the race. That will be nice to see. Looks like we're getting into the very last minute here, guys. This may be the last heat, or there is one more after it. I think this may be the last heat. We will find out in just a minute as these drivers leave the stand. We only have a couple of minutes left on their heat right now. Let me see over here. Bakarama. Okay, no worries. It sounded like you were here. Okay, no worries. Okay. I don't see any other drivers queued up on the other side of the driving stand. I think this might be our last one, but we will find out in just a couple of minutes. Oh, you order food for the guys. Well, that's very nice of you to do that, man. That's very nice of you to do that. I want to thank you all, like I said, for joining us here from the live broadcast here at RC HobbyPlex in, Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana, USA. 2024 Clash of Champions. Brought to you by Team Associated, ProTech, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One-Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. That is the tone, and we will find out right now whether or not we have one more heat left, or if that was it. I believe that will do it. We will find out in just a minute. Yep, I do not see any other drivers coming up, guys, so that is a wrap. Thank you very much for joining us today. We look very much forward to seeing you tomorrow for seeding practice as well as heats as we move into Saturday, which will be heats and mains, and Sunday, which will be mains. We'll keep you updated as we get locked in more with the race program tomorrow. Will give us more of an idea of what kind of schedule we will be running and where we will be exactly for the timing, for those of you that were asking earlier. And thank you very much to all of you that joined us today. I hope you have a lovely time. Enjoy your evening or your morning, wherever you are. Catch you tomorrow. Peace out and have a good one. See you tomorrow as well, Mr. Bakarama. Goodbye.